Herzlich willkommen hier aus Köln. Welcome to Gamescom.
For the first time, Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard and Bethesda are coming together here in Cologne to bring you what you want. More new games.
And we've got our work cut out for us this week as we showcase the more than 50 titles on display and the many ways to play that makes Xbox the best place for gaming.
And to do all that, we've assembled an international squad because with this many titles, we need reinforcements.
That's right, Lena. You need a crack team of gamers willing to play and properly fan out over the latest titles. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
So get yourself ready for some interviews, live gameplay, and some big announcements across Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud, plus all the latest titles from Game Pass and PC Game Pass.
You know, in fact, Henry, we've already seen the brand new game mode reveal for Forza Horizon 5, Hide and Seek, at the top of the show. And remember, that launches on September 10th on Forza Horizon 5.
But first, it's over to Charlie.
To help kick off our show, we've got some very familiar faces here with us. It's Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer. Thank you so much for joining us today. First question, how does it feel to be here at Xbox's Gamescom presence?
It is so much energy here. It's been fantastic to see the fans, to be part of Opening Night Live last night, and to see their reaction. This booth, and I have no idea why we're calling it a booth, because it's not a booth. It's an entire wonderland.
It really is. It's an underestimation calling it a booth, right?
With experiences, with games that you can play, things you can see, incredible photo opportunities is fantastic. So to see folks pouring in and experiencing it, and it reminds you of what makes this industry special, which is all about celebrating games, the joy they bring, and the people who make them.
It's, for us, our first Gamescom with Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, Xbox all here together. So there's definitely something special. All the teams have gotten together, and I think there's just such great representation. I'll also say the industry has gone through a lot of transition with our shows, and seeing Gamescom as strong as ever with fans, consumers coming in, all the creators that are here, strength across Europe. Like, we need more of this in the industry. I'm glad we're here supporting. And it's just awesome to see how the gamers show up to support this show.
Bigger and better every year. We love to see it. Before we come to the booth, though, I actually want to talk. I saw you both were at Opening Night Live yesterday, and there were some pretty amazing reveals and news in there. So what was it like? I couldn't get a ticket, unfortunately, but what was it like to be in the room with that live reaction?
There's nothing better than being in the room with the live reaction and to just see people marvel at the things that are being made, all the work being showcased, and folks put so much work into bringing that forward. I'd say for me, it was really cool to see Game Pass titles in the show. I think we had over a dozen titles that are coming to Game Pass in the show. We just have a fantastic lineup. But I was especially excited to announce that Genshin Impact is coming to Xbox.
Yeah, that's my one.
There's some pretty cool Game Pass rewards that are going to be part of that.
Nice.
There's going to be full cross progression, and it's also going to be on cloud. Ooh. So that one was a real highlight for me because I know so many fans are excited to enjoy that on the Xbox.
I love when creators are making new things, and you have to be really brave to come to a show, maybe before you're done, show your game, get the feedback. Teams that are creating new games. I thought the diversity of games at the show was awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
From big, huge games to smaller games, things we've heard of, seen, things we hadn't heard of. I also have to say Genshin. We got to meet with the MiHoYo team earlier in the day, and they had such excitement for their announcement. And it was nice to be able to support that.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. And obviously, we can't talk about Opening Night Live. We saw some amazing new stuff from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as well as that exciting release date. We also saw the news about PlayStation as well, which is really cool. I'm really interested in that. So I want to know how this connects back to Xbox's perspective on how and when this approach happens to other titles.
I mean, I'll start just saying Machine Games is doing such a nice job with that game. I thought it showed really well. And that's the most important thing is quality of the games, teams that are getting support that can go build the game. And it was just nice. The long gameplay segment that they had, I thought was fantastic. Going to the PlayStation announcement, obviously last spring, we launched 4 games, 2 of them on the Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch. I think at Showcase, I might have said from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And we run a business. Like, it's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platform continues to grow, both on console, on PC, and on cloud. And I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. And the last thing I'll probably say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think that us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
Oh, that sounds perfect. Lovely. Now back to the booth. I saw you both walking around earlier before you joined me up here, sneaking some pictures with devs at Frontier, Sega, and GSC Game World. So I want to know, Sarah, specifically what it's like to be working with our partners here in Europe, and what kind of evolution we can see from these partners in the future.
The partnership we have with here in Europe is fantastic. We have over 2,000 partners in EMEA actively building games.
That's a lot of emails.
I know, it is a lot of emails for Xbox, PC, and console and cloud today. We've got over 20 of them here with us, here in the booth. And it's just been great to walk around, to see what they're doing. 2 Point Museum for Sega Europe. We've got the Stalker 2 team, GSC Game World, back with us, supporting them over the last couple of years has been a real highlight. So to get to be able to play their game again here is fantastic. We just walked over and checked out Winterboro, which is a very, very special.
Oh, they look so cute. I'm very excited for that one.
And so it's great to be able to grow here with the partners that we have in Europe.
Amazing. And it also comes, as well as the amazing support you've got for local devs, is there's such a huge player base here in Europe as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what kind of special stuff are you seeing from us over here?
I mean, Europe's always been really important to Xbox. It used to be we treated this almost solely as a PC show. Well, I'm old enough that I remember we used to kind of take E3 and just show it again. Like this was back when we didn't really treat Gamescom with the respect that it deserves. Then we were focused more on PC. Now what we find here is putting our games on PC, on console, really matches to the diverse player base we see in Europe. Like some of the strongest franchises on PC are from here. You have great console support. So the most important thing for us is to show local support for creators, to put games in the hands of people. One thing that's great about Gamescom is you can come and you can play the games. You can feel what it's like to play Stalker or Vessel of Hatred from Diablo. Like, you get your chance here. And I think that's something special about this show, and it's so accessible to so much of Europe. I just love that we support it the way we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the sheer scale that it demands, as well as you were saying earlier, Sarah, absolutely.
With our little city here.
The little city that we're building. We're the mayors. So I want to speak a little bit more on hardware, as we've gone over it a couple of times here. Since I've not spoken to you since the showcase at all, which is criminal in and of itself, but we saw the 3 new options for the Xbox Series X and S. So I was wondering if there's a little bit more information we can share about that.
Well, pre-orders are starting today.
Yes, Sarah.
All right,
yeah,
get yours in. We're launching on October 15th in select markets. And we also have some very cool accessibility options, which we're going to be talking more about later today. And for holiday and the rest of this year, some very cool console wraps that you can get to adorn your console as you may choose.
Christmas list sorted then. Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, console options done. We're going to hear they'll be coming just in time for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which is amazing. Cannot wait for that.
Looked so good last night in the show.
Yeah, oh
Fantastic.
my goodness me, it was just
the campaign
silence.
from Raven, I thought was just awesome.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Talking of games, I do want to know though, what are you going to be playing? Is there anything you've got your eye on? Last year we spoke about Rotato, and I wanted to give you an update and everyone at home that I have now 100% a Little Kitty Big City, and it is quite possibly the greatest game of all time. But yeah, is there anything on your backlog that you need to catch up on, or anything coming up soon you want to dive into?
Well, the Game Pass lineup is making the backlog extraordinarily long.
Unforgivable.
And it's getting even better this year, both on console and PCs. We've got Aura coming. We have Age of Mythology, Flight Sim 2024, which looks incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Black Ops 6, of course. Indiana Jones, Stalker 2. It's all like every month there's something pretty amazing.
It's a lot of games.
There's a lot of games. We like games around here. But I would say from a personal perspective, super excited for Diablo 4, especially because my father is probably the biggest Diablo fan. So Vessel of Hatred and that coming up. Yeah, the fact that Vessel of Hatred is coming up is pretty big in their world. And then I am excited to play Genshin Impact on Xbox, and particularly to check it out over the cloud.
Yeah, very good. We'll have to duo for that one. That sounds grand.
Yeah.
Love it. Perfect. Phil, anything for you?
Well, P3 on Xbox Live, people can see what I'm playing. A lot of Diablo 4 right now. My rapid fire rogue is L100, all my glyphs to 21.
Yeah.
Having a good time with that. I mean, I just love the game, playing with my friends. Path of the Goddess, Kinesugami, like our partners at Capcom doing new IP. It was awesome to be able to partner with them. It's something in Game Pass. As they're investing in new, like we can actually come in with some financial funding to help support them investing. And I just love the color palette, the boss design, just a really, really fun game. Some old school kind of tower defense mechanics. I love that. One of the things I get to do every month is I go through the ID selects with the team and we vote internally on games from different ID developers. Daydreams is a game I'm really liking. Little boy and his toy teddy bear, and kind of a single player type co-op game. It's fun.
I'm sold.
I think a couple months ago, High Water was a game that's really good. Like I love when I get a list of games from creators and teams I haven't seen before and get to dive in. I think there's like 15 of them. I play them, and my vote's just like anybody else's vote in terms of where they rank. But that's fun. A lot of great games, a lot of kind of new things and things that have been around for a while. Oh, and I'm here, so I'm not doing it. My buggy in Starfield, I'm looking forward. I've been asking for Todd for vehicles. Come on, Todd, I want vehicles in this game. I'm tired of walking around this planet. And I thought the trailer for that looked really good last night, so I can't wait to drive around planets in Starfield.
Wonderful. And talking of driving, I'm personally, if anyone's wondering, super excited. Forza Horizon 5 is over there.
Yeah.
It's the game I cannot put down. Absolutely adore it. So if they've got something new cooking, I desperately need to see
new gameplay mode.
Yeah. So excited. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for the chat. Please enjoy getting your hands on our lovely city we've got here. But I'm going to speak to these guys here, because if, like me, you've been eyeing up those new consoles, then buckle up, because we want to help you win one. Now, over to Bex with more information.
Well, thanks, Charlie. So not only are these honeys available for pre-order right now, anyone watching the broadcast has a chance to enter to win either the 1TB Xbox Series X All Digital Edition, by the way, the 1TB Xbox Series S, both in Robot White, or the grand prize of the 2TB Special Edition Galaxy Xbox Series X. I mean, look how gorgeous that is. To enter, just head over to twitch.tv/Xbox, check out the rules and all the info in the chat. And best of all, good luck. So, next up, we saw Forza Horizon 5's new gameplay mode reveal at the top of the show, the hide and seek. We are now going to look at some new wheels that have been inspired by Dallas Maverick star Luka Doncic, and best of all, blessed by the GOAT himself, Michael Jordan. So let's have a look.
everyone. It is an honor to be here at Gamescom, representing the incredible work of our teams around the world. We have a lot going on here in Cologne on the show floor. Right here behind me, attendees can experience the demo for the Diablo IV Vessel of Hatred expansion. We are also excited to be speaking with our global community here on the Xbox broadcast over the coming days. During Opening Night Live, we shared that this is a massive year for Blizzard, particularly for World of Warcraft. The most ambitious creative endeavor for the team since the game's initial release almost 20 years ago begins tomorrow, with early access kicking off for our latest expansion, The War Within. And tomorrow, Senior Game Director Ian Hazakostas and Associate Art Director Tina Wang will be sharing more about the team's work on the expansion and the role it will play in the 3-part World Soul Saga. Last night, we also gave an overview of some new features coming to Diablo IV, Vessel of Hatred. And we know you have a lot of questions. So Diablo General Manager Rod Ferguson will be getting into the details of the new features coming with this expansion, and we'll share more about what's coming to Diablo Immortal. We're so excited to be here at Gamescom with Xbox and with all of you. Gaming is at its very best when we share our experiences, and on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being a part of our legendary worlds alongside us. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with a parting gift from the Overwatch team. The origin story for our latest hero, Juno, now available in Season 12. Enjoy.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
It's one of the fastest selling games in Blizzard's history, and it just made headlines again at last night's opening night live. And here to give us an exclusive look at Diablo 4's newest expansion, please welcome General Manager Rod Ferguson, Systems Designer Aislinn Hall, and Lead Game Designer Rex Dixon. Welcome, guys, to Gamescom.
Thank you for having us.
How you guys all doing? Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Now, for those of the people out there that might have missed what happened last night, why don't you clue us in? What exactly did you just do?
Yeah, well, last night was exciting. So our game director for their Vessel of Hatred expansion, Brent Gibson, got on stage and he talked about something that we've been going even deeper on the expansion. You know, we've talked about the Spiritborn, the class, we've talked about the new zone, Nantu, talked about the new story campaign, but we're like, there's even more in the expansion than that. And so we really want to get into like different ways that people want to play the game. And so we introduced the Undercity of Kuras, which is our new dungeon, which Rex will talk about. We have our new Dark Citadel, which is our multiplayer co-op. And then the big thing was our trailer last night for our mercenaries.
Ah, mercenaries. Now, let's talk about them for a sec, because this is a brand new gameplay feature. We'll talk about new class and all that kind of stuff in a sec, but mercenaries seems really interesting. You showed off like this vignette with 4 different characters. I mean, introduce us to them. Who are these people? Why did it feel like the right time?
The game. There's 4 mercenaries that you can recruit. One is Rahir, one is Variana, Subo, and Aldkin, the demon child, which everyone got very excited about at the show the other night. And so there's a lot of depth in mercenaries. So you'll meet Rahir in the campaign. He'll introduce you to this hideout called the Merc Den. And within the Merc Den, you can find these quests. You have to go on these story-based quests to actually acquire the Merc in order for them to party with you. So each Merc has his own backstory, his own personality. And then once you acquire them, you can bring them into your party with you. And essentially it facilitates a way that solo players never have to feel like they're alone again. Because now they have this friend, this partner who can adventure with them. And so one of the ways that you progress your Merc is you have each Merc has their own skill tree. And you can sort of pick and choose which skills you want them to have. And it's a really nice way to complement your build. So whatever build you're trying to go with, you can have the Merc set up so their skills kind of match and overlap with your own. We also have a system called rapport. The more you work with a Merc and the more you adventure with them, the more they can sort of give you more benefits and they can kind of grow in power. And so once you go back to the Merc Den, you can actually get custom rewards that you can only get by progressing your Merc, building up that rapport in order to access these really awesome rewards at the end.
And then, so I'm going to have to be best friends with a demon child if I want to see the good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm in.
And then this last feature we have is called reinforcements, where let's say you don't want to have a Merc in your party all the time. You can actually say, when I use this skill or perform an evade or something like that, I want this reinforcement Merc to jump on the field, perform an action, and jump back out again. Yeah. So there's a lot of depth, a lot of fun, and some great storytelling in the Mercs feature.
Just to check, so Mercs, you can equip one at a time to complement your character, but you can access all of them and try them all out, see which one works best for you.
Correct, and you can mix and match your combos, so you can have 2 Mercs, one is your main Merc and one is your reinforcement.
Oh.
And if you're in a party, the party leader can bring a Merc with them.
Sick.
Yeah.
So 5 things happening, because there wasn't enough on screen already.
I agree.
Yeah, great. Well, have you got any particular favorite Mercs that you like playing alongside?
For me personally, Rahir, because Rahir's a dad, and his daughter is introduced in the campaign flow.
Oh.
And so I kind of like associate myself with him because I'm a dad as well. I got 2 boys.
Right.
But also, like, I have a problem when I play Diablo, and I'm always speccing into damage and DPS at the expense of my defensive skills. And so Rahir has this buff called Resiliency, which actually increases your armor, increases your defensive buffs. And so I actually rely on that to stay alive when I'm playing the game.
Nice. Aislinn, how about yourself?
Yeah, I absolutely love Varyana. She's just totally wild. She's a butcher who's also a former cannibal, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
And I love playing aggressively. You know, I love building momentum and moving forward. And she has a kill streak mechanic, and that complements that very nicely.
I like it. Rod?
I mean, the Demon Child. I think it's such a unique character in our world, and that explosive power, and the fact that it has the sort of the two sides, the human side and the demon side, is really cool to sort of complement the variety on the battlefield.
Okay, well, you've picked 3. I'll take the one left over.
It's Subo.
Yeah, I'll pick Subo.
I mean, who doesn't love a drunken archer, really? I mean, that's...
Exactly.
You know, exactly.
Thank you. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, but now, as promised, why don't we cover some behind-the-scene looks at the making Diablo IV Vessel of Hatred. Check this out.
In Vessel of Hatred, we travel south to Nantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore under the dark canopy of Nantu.
Nantu is the southernmost region of the eastern continent that Diablo IV has been taking place in. It's the last region that we haven't visited yet so far in the game, but it is one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted. There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
The dregs were pretty fun because we were able to push more variety in the monster family. You have one of these tall dregs and then half of a body of another dreg on top of it, kind of controlling it and telling it where to go and tossing poisonous bombs at the player. When you come across it, it's very memorable.
And then we've also got the area of Tenganse, where you've got the Tenganse Plateau, which is full of these red-rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine getting up above the land. Those gigantic walls have pockets inside where monsters could live. It offered up a lot of opportunity to bring back a monster family like the Lacunae.
We're bringing them back in a new way here as a fully fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like. They are very much apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory. And then there's a little sub-area called the Skittering Earth.
The name alone makes your skin crawl.
It's bug infested, and you can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long dead demons that humans have begun to mine away at for their resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking Sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Plateau's also got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time, you know, it's great.
The mercenaries in Vessel of Hatred are a group of people who we like to describe as ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. It starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is a more defensive fighter.
He's able to go in there and soak up damage, use his shield as a bulwark against the enemy.
You meet him early on in the campaign, and he's one who introduces you to the mercenary network. You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the drunken archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Variana, a berserker crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat meter, a massacre meter where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
She's got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child S.T.A.L.K.E.R, who's a magic user who can transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo III, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where the fun in the mercenary system really lies.
The Dark Citadel is a new endgame feature that's coming in Vessel of Hatred. It's an entirely cooperative player experience. All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater and all the souls that were kind of lost in it from those wars.
The goal of the first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra, they're using the powers within the Citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region, they disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat, and we test it in a different way, which is adding in cooperative mechanics that you have to manage on top of that.
For example, a boss has an attack, and as a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once, so we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you took their armor and you feel like you're wearing a little bit of them after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to the Citadel where, as you play through, a vendor can be interacted with to buy custom cosmetics that are unique to the Citadel. You can play with 2 people, but the ideal experience is for 4. But in order to facilitate that, we've built an all-new Party Finder feature. And the community has been pretty vocal about wanting this for a long time. It made a lot of sense to us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
It really is an activity that's geared towards people who love to play together with their friends or with strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
So there's interesting things to find and see and discover around every corner, and it's just a really great experience getting to explore Nantu.
I mean, Party Finder, that is a fantastic idea. I mean, the amount of times I log on and a buddy's not there or whatever, now I can fill that gap. And who needs friends anymore, right? So, there was a lot in that. I want to talk specifically first about the Dark Citadel, because as a guy that's into his endgame activities, that's a really creative way to bring players together and actually work things out. So tell us, what actually will players have to do inside Dark Citadel to earn some rewards, get through it alive?
So it's really a unique model for us. And again, Dark Citadel is built towards endgame. And we're doing more in Vessel of Hatred to push players through the campaign and then into the end game, where we think some of the best content is. So Dark Citadel will require at least 2 players to get through, and requires a lot of communication between players to overcome challenges. Every week there's going to be updated rewards, so there's always a reason to go back and do it again, because there's going to be some new stuff in there, including one very big fan requested feature, which is our scroll of retempering. So no more bricked items. You'll be able to apply the scroll and get all new tempering charges on that item. So I know everyone's very excited about that, and Dark Citadel is the best place to go to get that.
Excellent. Well, there is a lot in that, but it isn't the only thing that you're launching on October 8th. So what else we got to look forward to?
Yeah, so on October 8th, we're also going to be launching Season 6 alongside Vessel of Hatred. And Season 6 is going to have a ton of content that's bespoke. It's totally separate and unique to Season 6, and it's going to be free for all Diablo IV players, which is awesome.
Nice.
We're going to be talking a lot more about the details of the content of Season 6 in the coming months, but there's not going to just be new content coming in Season 6. Alongside Season 6 and Vessel of Hatred, we also have major character progression updates coming to Diablo IV.
I'm going to have to ask for some specifics, surely. That you're teasing me too much. What else you got?
Yeah. So if you're familiar or you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn, you know we did a lot of itemization changes that kind of fundamentally altered a lot about how you're playing the game and how you're getting rewards. The scope of the character progression changes that are coming in Season 6 it's the same. Like, it's the same grand scale. There's a lot of changes coming to character progression, a lot of improvements coming. I'd love to talk a little bit about the goals and also a little bit about some Paragon changes that are coming with the character progression updates. Yeah, so really when we were thinking about these changes, we took a bird's eye view and we wanted to think about how can we make put the power in the player's hands of how they want to interact with the challenge that Diablo IV provides in the game. We wanted to make sure that you could opt in to your challenge level that you're comfortable with so that you can set your own pace in any activity throughout all of Diablo IV. And so we've applied, basically, if you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn, or you've played some in Season 5, you might be familiar with the Profane Mind Cage. That's an item that allows you in the Hell Tides to up the level of the monsters, up the difficulty, but you get more rewards as well. And we've kind of applied that philosophy throughout all of Diablo IV. You can kind of opt into your own challenge and then get more stuff because of it.
Sick.
And then alongside that, we also have a lot of changes coming to Paragon. We wanted to add depth and choice to the Paragon system, but we know that it's pretty daunting for some people, right? So we wanted to make sure that while we were doing that, we weren't increasing the complexity, right? We want to make sure that it's still that it's an approachable thing, but there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. And I could go on forever and ever and ever about this for hours. But we're going to have a lot more details in a developer live stream on August 29th. We're going to have a campfire chat where we're going to be talking all about the specifics of these things.
Awesome. I'm absolutely buzzing to see it.
I mean, the best way to phrase it is like what Season 4 did to loot, Season 6 will do to progression.
Excellent.
And the thing too, but just go back to the Party Finder, like there's things that people look at, like what's part of the expansion and what's not. Party Finder is coming to the game, not just to the expansion. So,
oh, great.
And what's great about it is not only can you access it through the social menu that you can see, or you can access it through your remote wheel, you can actually access it from the map. So when you say, oh, I'm going to go do this dungeon, you can say, and list it as a party that people come join me in this dungeon. So it's a feature that's going to apply to the entire game.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I should also mention, in addition to Dark Citadel, we have another mode that we're bringing to the table, which is called Undercity. And Undercity is a time dungeon where you want to beat it before the timer runs out. And that mode has modifiable rewards. So you get these things called tributes, and depending on which tribute you use, you can modify and scale your rewards with the difficulty. It's a really cool mode. We're really excited. And one of the reasons we built these two modes is this concept of new ways to play. Right? People love our game. They love Nightmare Dungeons. They love Whispers. They love Hell Tides. But what we really want to do is make sure we have enough canvas so that every user can find something that is uniquely suited to them. And that's what New Ways to Play is all about.
Me and my friends, we just love being able to have a bit of choice, which is really fun in Infernal Hordes in the current season, for example, and being able to tailor exactly how messed up we want this level to get is really fun. So the fact that it's getting applied to more aspects of Diablo that's awesome to hear. But between now and the Season 6 launch and Vessel of Hatred, what other activities can players get up to whilst they wait?
I mean, really, jumping into Season 5, like you were talking about, Season 5 continues the pace of Season 4. You can level up really fast. It's very exciting. The Infernal Hordes is a great new mode. Which
so
is
fun.
It's sort of a horde mode where wave after wave are coming after you. You can go and fight the Fell Council to get your rewards from that. But that's really the big thing. And just even if you haven't played through the campaign yet, that's one of the nice things about on the Vessel of Hatred is that it is a continuation of that story. So where Neyrelle left at the end of the game, you can pick that story up and you get to continue and play. So if you haven't played through the campaign yet, now's a great time. And I would be, I have to also do the pitch, right? Like,
go on.
It's an awesome time to pre-purchase the expansion. One of the things we had some great incentives before, where you get the new cat mount, you get new armor, you get pets now, you have snow leopard and a tiger that'll follow you around and pick up stuff for you. But with last night, we actually added 2 more, where not only do you have angel wings that we had before, we added demon wings last night. So if you've already, so if you've already pre-purchased, you'll get your demon wings are coming or they're there. But it's a good time. And then we actually added with the deluxe and the ultimate edition, we've actually added 1 month of ultimate game pass. So if you haven't jumped in yet, or if you want to add an extra month onto your subscription, pick up the pre-purchase, and you'll get an extra month. And I already got my code last night. I watched the show, got back to my hotel room, and there was my code for a month of Ultimate, so it was awesome.
Now you got to find some other games to play while you're on that as well. In between Diablo.
Is that possible? I don't know if that's possible.
That's true. I mean, I've already put in quite a few hours into the current season, and it's so much fun as is, and I just can't wait to see the Season 6 drop as well, and Vessel's looking great, new class as well. I mean,
thank you so much.
I don't know what else I'm going to play in the meantime. You guys have just killed all my free time.
Well, it's great. When it's the nice things is we have a demo on the booth here. Here we have the whole Nantu corrupted, temple, and it's actually got a 20-minute demo of the Spiritborn. And what's great about it is you go in and you can pick whether you want to be a gorilla type or a centipede type or a jaguar type or an eagle type based on the Spirit Guardians. But then when it sort of clicks in after you played it for a little bit, like, wait, these aren't 4 different classes. This is one class with this amount of variety that I can apply to it. And so you can go in and double down on the Jaguar. Like my shirt says, like, if you can be a Jaguar, be a Jaguar, right? Like, but you also can be, you can mix and match. You can be half centipede, half gorilla, and create really cool mixtures and unique play styles. And so, it's really exciting to watch people get their hands on. This is the first place that, outside of press and content creators, people have been able to play, and it's been fun just to watch them play.
Well, half centipede and half gorilla is a disturbing image to end on, but, thanks a lot. You're going to stick around because we need to talk about that. Rex, Aislinn, thanks so much for joining us. Changing gears now, though, we are, for those of you who have been counting down the days to September's Diablo Immortal major update, we've got a sneak peek at the making of Immortal's hellish bosses, including the rebirth of the Dark Lord of Terror himself.
Are unspeakable horrors that you are fighting.
Our boss experiences aren't something that you can get in any other game.
We are giving players this heightened sense of horror.
We have to deliver the player with experience that they're the hero.
I think the spectrum of bosses that we have definitely hit everybody's personal horror stories.
So we're like 50 bosses now. Some of our bosses in Immortal are incredibly deadly. And we're really proud to be able to actually have the ability to bring Diablo back into our universe.
Everything that Diablo does, everything that Diablo says needs to be unnerving, terrifying.
It is going to be a very, very difficult battle.
The music changes, the environment changes, and all of a sudden, you have to fight for your life.
The process of designing a Diablo boss is usually quite organic.
It really depends on the boss. Sometimes it starts with a cool mechanical idea. Sometimes it starts with kind of a narrative germ.
The story team is going to have a lot of say in terms of like, what is the fiction behind the boss? And so what is the feel behind the boss?
In some zones, we are going to lavish incredible build-up on a boss, especially the final boss. In Tristram Cathedral, before you fight Albrecht, the first Shardborn, there's a whole quest line that has you exploring the ruins of Leoric Manor and learning about his past. And so at the end, when you face him, there's this context and kind of a richness to the things that he is saying to you.
Your flesh will hush the voices.
That if you are paying attention to the dialogue, will maybe resonate a little bit more emotionally.
Do you see how much stronger I've become?
Once they have the mechanics down and how they feel the battle should go, then they get all that together and then it gets passed off to art.
When it comes to designing a Diablo boss, there definitely is a long list of visual elements that we go to. Spikes, demon horns, rotten skin, decaying skin, burnt skin, different diseased skin. How do we stretch the skin out to make it look really uncomfortable? We take different parts of the body and then we twist them in very uncomfortable, awkward ways. We love using different humanoid bodies and then almost melting them together. The intention in creating Diablo bosses is to instill a general feeling of unease. So if it starts to feel like we have pushed it too hard, that's usually the comfort spots.
We have so many different representations of evil and horror, so no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, you can always bet that there is something in our game that is going to terrify you.
So we have many different kinds of bosses in Diablo Immortal. Bosses that are almost too big for the level. They're not mobile. You only see the top half of their bodies. We have tanks where the main goal is to just get this big, giant hunk of meat and beat it up until it dies. We have co-op bosses that are, better with friends, working together as a team to really take on these puzzles that the bosses present. And then we have mind-bending bosses that really change the way you play the game, what your perception is of the boss. But my favorite boss in the game is the Butcher.
Bringing the Butcher into Diablo Immortal was quite a journey for us because it is such a beloved character in the Diablo lore.
When I was playing Diablo 1 for the first time, there was this shock associated with encountering the Butcher. You open the door, he steps out, he's cleaving you very, very fast. You're like, I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is happening? I'm dead.
We wanted the Butcher to be the real Butcher from the first Diablo. So it was kind of like, how do we bring him into our game? And what can we make more special about this particular encounter?
Our Butcher is super intimidating. He's a gigantic boss, towering above the player.
This is the Butcher that was basically too angry to die. He's just shoving his guts back in. He's got the chain that he throws. He's got the rush, he's got the fire coming out of the ground, and it's just a fun, nostalgic fight. We've been building towards this encounter with Diablo since the launch of the game.
Diablo is the Lord of Terror. His food and drink is the fear of other beings.
He has this very recognizable silhouettes with his giant horns on his head and also down his back. He has this very intimidating smile that is signature to Diablo.
Diablo having a World Stone Shard means he's entering the nuclear age. He is now walking around with a weapon of mass destruction to bend reality, to perhaps create new realities.
The whole team is excited. It's electric. Getting to bring back Big Red and then unleash him, not just on one boss fight, but on an entire zone, on Sanctuary itself.
This Diablo is going to deliver a very epic experience, as good as any other Diablo games.
It's going to be the best Diablo ever. I said it here first.
It is going to be possibly the most difficult battle in the game ever.
Well, they're called Lilith's Mightiest Warriors, and no, I'm not just talking about our guests here, but joining us once again, this time to tell us more about what we just saw. We've got Diablo's GM, Rod Ferguson, and please welcome Diablo Immortal's executive producer, Pei Wen Yao.
Hi.
Thanks so much for joining us, Pei Wen.
Thanks for having me.
What the hell was that all about? Are you kidding me? That's got huge implications for the lore of Diablo because you're bringing him back.
Yeah, well,
Tell me about this.
I mean, it's a thing that I don't think everybody really knows what Diablo Immortal is, really. So let's start with there.
Okay, fair.
Like, I think Diablo Immortal, the way to think about Diablo Immortal is our free-to-play offering in Diablo. It's a way to bring more players in. We wanted to go where the players are, and we were like, okay, not everybody is part of the mainline Diablo IV world. So this is a way to reach players where they are. And so we have this great free-to-play, huge campaign, over 11 zones. You get 8 classes. We just added 2 over the last 2 years.
Best class.
The best, yes.
The best class.
With the Blood Knight and the Tempest, our new classes. And so it's really an exciting time. And so the story, the campaign, which is, again, over these 11 zones, is basically you're working with Deckard Cain to beat this demon Skarn. Now, what's happened is that this takes place between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. So that's why Deckard Cain's still alive, and we're able to bring Diablo back. So it's a really exciting time, and this is what this whole year has been leading up to. This is the year of the Age of Unmaking. This is the return of Diablo, and they've been building towards it for like over the last couple of years now.
Yeah, totally. I think, you can tell Diablo is very, very major character in the Diablo franchise, and we have that on our splash screen all the time. So I don't know if it's a plan, but this is truly the most important chapter of the story, that where it starts. And, Diablo is very, very significant because it's one of the original antagonists. It's one of the 3 primevals. So I think in the history of Diablo story, Diablo world is Diablo has this reputation of corrupting people's minds, corrupting humanity, and twist people's minds. So when it comes down to the word, that means something is really going down.
So what does that mean for the people who are here at Gamescom? Do they get to experience that now, or what experience have you brought for them on the booth?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we're really honored to be here at Gamescom. Like Rod mentioned, Diablo Immortal is our first take of mobile version of Diablo world, on the phone, on the smartphone. So our mission is to reach more audience, and that's why we come here at Gamescom. Today we brought into a beautiful booth right here.
That's great.
Yeah, this is one of the most important content and gameplay in our game called the H.T.A.L.K.E.R boss. So H.T.A.L.K.E.R boss in our game is basically it represents your power. It represents your power progression because all those bosses are your power gates. You have to beat them in order to get to the next difficulty level. So as you go through the game, you will feel you're getting stronger, and you're going to more difficulty level. You get more stuff, the loot and the dungeon and the zoom. Most important thing about Diablo Immortal is that we want to create this social, very sociable, very lifestyle kind of gameplay. So for H.T.A.L.K.E.R boss, you can actually you can either play a solo, or you can bring your friends over there. And that's what we bring here. We built a tournament that 4 players come in to the booth and they can play, and you can just rank on the leaderboard and get awesome rewards.
Yeah, you have to beat 2 bosses, so there's like the 2 phases. You have to beat 2 bosses, and right now the fastest is about 2 minutes 45 to get through.
Think I got a shot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thanks.
No, I know you play a lot. That's
yeah,
good.
That's right.
But anybody can do it. But it's really interesting, like that what Pei Wen is talking about. There's been over 50 bosses made in this sort of these H.T.A.L.K.E.R bosses, and it's really exciting to see. It's part of the progression. So it's always fun to have these new and interesting and different types of fights to have. And the fact that it's on mobile, but also on PC, like you can play free to play on PC today, and it's a great experience.
So players at home can also still experience the H.T.A.L.K.E.R bosses right now, or
yeah.
Same content,
awesome.
Same game, and cross progression, cross play.
So tell me about then the build up to Diablo's return. What can players expect to? What kind of content can they get into right now and in the lead up to that content dropping?
Yeah, so next few months is going to be, like I said, it's going to be the most exciting story chapter of Diablo Immortal. It's going to divide into, like the main quest line, the storyline is going to divide into 2 parts. So we're going to keep some in the future, but the latest one that is going to come up is in September. It's a release we're going to we call it Crucible of Justice. This is where the story, we're going to review a very, very powerful weapon. It's called the Eldrim. It's a holy sword. And the player is going to go through the mission, the quest of purify that sword, and that sword is the secret weapon to kill Diablo. So you have to find the sword and purify it, goes through the ritual. And for player, the ritual, I think if you play Diablo Immortal, player is the hero. You play the hero, you save the sanctuary, you save the humanity, but the sanctuary is corrupted, it's dark, and that darkness casts into players as well. So the ritual of purifying this Eldrim is actually a symbolic move of player that they willing to sacrifice themselves for the humanity, and that they want to prove themselves to be worthy to use the Eldrim, the holy sword, to kill Diablo. So that is the first part of the September release, and then we're gonna save the second part to the December, our holiday time, and we're gonna release the second part, which is the most exciting part, that you're finally gonna face the Diablo. And with the Diablo boss itself, we also introduce a amazing zone. It's called the War's Crown. Zone is one of our very, very important content in the game as well. It's beautifully designed. Not traditional concept of beautiful, but it's...
I don't think I've ever heard the word skin used so many times. I'm a little concerned, but I'll trust you guys.
It fits the word. It's beautifully designed. It's very dedicatedly, created. And it's icy, it's barren. And it's that way is because Diablo travels through that continent and transforms the place. So it's like very depressing, all the cast coming down to the earth. Well, that's why, players are here to save the world. And when player travels through this War's Crown, you're gonna encounter a lot of enemies. You're gonna defeat them. Eventually, you're gonna encounter Diablo as the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrael. Tyrael is like, when you think about recognizable characters in the Diablo lore, Tyrael, the Angel of Justice, is one of the top ones. And so this is what's really neat about the story, is that it takes Tyrael's sword, Eldruin, and that's the sword you have to use to defeat Diablo. And so that whole idea of, hey, while I've been fighting Skarn and getting these World Stone shards, I've become corrupted and I have to get purified over in the Cold Isles so that I can actually be worthy of this sword. And taking that sword and then being able to use it against Diablo is just a really cool moment.
I mean, you said in the video as well that this fight with Diablo will be the toughest fight players have ever... I mean, is that true? What are you possibly throwing at us? Because you also just showed us like a 20-foot butcher. So, what's Diablo? What's he going to do to us? Anything you can share there?
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm going to see how much I'm going to spoil here. But Diablo boss is going to be the hardest one that the player is going to encounter. Because Diablo is such a classic character, so we still take a lot of, the classic skills from Diablo. So, it's still featuring fire, lightning. So if you go to the battle, have some equipment, have some gears that with the fire and lightning resistance will be helpful.
I remember.
And because you're bringing the Eldrim to the battle, right? So when Diablo calls all his Diablo soldiers, and they will swarm over to you, and you have to beat them really, really fast. And that beat up of those enemies actually gonna recharge your Eldrim. It's gonna make the Eldrim ready to, make it good use. So and by the end, I'm not gonna hint the real end.
Oh, come on.
The real end, you're gonna see this beautiful cinematics that shows how player take Eldrim and eventually kill the Diablo. So
that's all so exciting. I can't wait to... Well, I'm going to have to go and set a time on the booth to make sure I get a chance at that leaderboards. But I want to thank you both.
So we have the Inaria statue, the really big one that's the size of the...
I want it.
You're going to fight me for it. I'm taking it.
I can't. They're going to kick me out.
That's what we're doing straight afterwards. We're all going down, and I'm going to come out on top, all right? Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Gamescom as well. Coming up, though, the team from Stalker 2 is here with the latest from the sequel, Heart of Chernobyl. Sick. Plus, we've also got a look at the newest Xbox accessories that are enabling players everywhere to play the way that they want. And later on, we're going to explore the newest Starfield expansion, Shattered Space, and find out why fans everywhere are setting aside gigs of space to explore even more of this epic open world. But first, do you know what's great? Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, take a look at this.
Welcome to the gameplay commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the spiritual successor to Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are a real-time online multiplayer in which up to 8 players can play cooperatively or in a competition, as well as a new trick system that allows you to pull off awesome-looking flips, spins, grabs, or super cool combinations of them all. We focused a lot of the development time on the controls and to make the feeling of carving down the slopes as smooth and fun as possible. Skiing is all about using the terrain in your favor. You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On top of that, you can also do tricks, ride backwards, or cross rivers and icy lakes. The game features 4 different game modes. The online multiplayer racing mode is all about crossing the finish line first, while in the team mode, you and your team members have to ride and do tricks together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the challenges. You can also pick each other up after a crash and place checkpoints as a group. In the solo mode, you have to beat challenges to unlock new mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top of the leaderboards, or beat your own ghosts. This is the mode that will be most familiar to players of our previous game. And last but not least, there is the new Zen mode. Here, you can ride all trails without any kind of pressure and freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape. Whether you're playing multi or single player, you will gain experience to level up your profile, unlock new ski types and trick poses, and a large variety of customization items. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video.
I like it. I'ma cut loose if I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm not the carbon copy. I'm the original. I'm dropping these like copies. I like it. I like it. Like it. Like it. I like it. If it's got speed on the dragon, 126 on the island. I like it. I like it.
The Xbox Game Pass hype is real, and right now it's easier than ever to join the party, especially if you play on PC. Why? Because PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. Play some of the biggest games of the year and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a PC Game Pass member, join now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. But first, this post-apocalyptic horror action title is set against 64 kilometers of eerie, explorable area. It's also one of the most anticipated games of the year, and here to bring us back into the zone with some never-before-seen gameplay of Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, please welcome game director Eugene Grigorovich. Eugene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting.
No, honestly, it is so exciting. We've got it on the booth here at Gamescom. I've been able to get hands on. I'm so excited for you to take us through what you've brought with us today. But how's your first Gamescom?
The previous was a year ago when we bring our demo, which was shown just on the PC.
Yeah.
And today we are bringing another demo, which we launch on Xbox Series X. And from our experience, it's looking very good. And we are happy for what we bring here and what we get the first impression from the players and the press. And till now, I'm happy from what they are telling us about the Xbox build.
Yeah, I got to have hands-on with it, and it is so much fun. Because what we're going to do as well is we're going to hop straight into the gameplay that you're going to talk us through. So anyone watching who's excited to see Stalker 2 for the first time, if they haven't already, can see what they're going to be getting their hands on. So what are you are we going to bring the gameplay up? So we've got it on our screens. So as we go, if you want to talk us through this gameplay, so we can know what we've got coming up.
Yeah. I'll take this part. So here the player is doing his first quest, and he got a scanner, a device. Player at this point doesn't know a lot about how it works and what it's for. He just got information that it somehow recharged an artifacts that's put it inside it, and that if it got successful, it's gonna bring a lot of let's say money. Maybe something else. So at this point, player don't know what is the goal of the character, why he's doing it, and he's learning the story about your character also by doing this quest line.
Because this is actually the bit that they've got on the show floor here, isn't it? At the start of the game. Because I had so much fun. I get what you mean as well when you're just trying to discover what exactly it does, and the storyline sets that up. But what about the combat in the game as well? Because we can kind of see our first fight here.
Yeah. So it's a group of bandits. They were resting just nearby in their camp and doing their cheeky-breaky stuff. And then they saw that something happened. A wall was destroyed with a huge noise. They just turned up going to see what's happening and found you, a player, and
it's amazing as well, because I found myself when I was playing this I was like the flashlight turning on and off, and like you can also like lean round corners, can't you, to kind of like engage fights from like a bit of cover.
Yeah, so it's very important in this game to have a proper tactics. You should hide a lot. You should use your medkits. You should survive grenades, because AI is very pushing and challenging. They're trying to outcome you, to go from other side, and it's pretty stressful. So it's a first fight. It's a very simple fight against 3 bandits, but as from what we can see, it's often lead you to several deaths.
It's very unforgiving as well, and we just see as well. I found that it's like a big part of the game is like looting. So what kind of things should people be looking out for when they're looting?
Yeah, so the part of the game. So while we are fighting, we are losing our resources, consumables, food, ammo, and after the fight finished, we have to get through the dead bodies' pockets to find some ammunition, maybe loot their camp to restore what we just spent, because without it, we just run out of ammo, and the player would be like stuck.
Because that's the big thing I have. I am very trigger happy when it comes to first-person shooters. Like, I fire way more bullets than I should. And then I found myself as well, I was like, I need to go check every building that I can because I need more ammo. Like, what kind of advice would you say for players hopping into Stalker 2 to spend their time in the world?
So, the reason why you should discover and look for some stashes in locations is not because you just want to find some items, but because it's interesting to discover this abandoned place where was some living some time ago, and there is some story behind it. And when you are just walking around and looking for the corners, and it's beautiful there, you can surprisingly find something stashed there, because it's an Stalker stashes. They use some stashes for their next journeys, because they can bring like hundreds of thousands of kilograms. They have to make some stashes for there, and players sometimes find them, and it's often rewardable, and often it's very rewardable, because you can get a huge equipment boost by just going to some building you didn't expect to find anything there, but it could be there.
That's what I found. I found myself like an assault rifle when I just had a pistol to start with. I was like exploring buildings and found that. But the game also, it looks amazing.
Yeah, this is the start of a next fight. The player, we have some stealth mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's not very as you used to have a stealth in the game. It doesn't offer you like ability to be invisible for enemies. No, they will see you and shoot you. But at least it allows you to get slightly closer, to find better position to start the fight, and or maybe to initiate the fight with a grenade, so it would be easier for you, and then the fight is pretty challenging.
Yeah.
And you have to watch your hit points and your state, because you could be bleeding, and you have to use a bandage to stop this bleeding, because it's gonna last for long, and you're gonna lose a lot of hit points if you not stop and use the bandages.
Yeah, because you have multiple ways of healing, don't you? You've
Yeah.
got like the bandages to stop the bleeding, but there's like different types of med kits that you can find
Yeah,
as well.
you can have a regular med kits, medical med kits, and an army med kit.
Yeah.
And they provide additional boosts, but mostly it's restoring the hit points. But also, if you are not in the fight and you just need to recover a small portion of health, you can just eat, and it will also bring you a small portion of hit points.
See, that's what I loved as well. I found like there's so much resource management that you have to like pay attention to as Stalker, which really gives you a different challenge. So it's like you said, if you don't eat, you're going to perform worse in gunfights.
Yeah, so you have to watch about your state, just like you're watching about yourself. So we try to bring this simulation or atmosphere as you being the real human that goes to Chornobyl exclusion area with your backpack, with some food, and you just have to do the same things to survive in the game as in life, because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to like you fall, you broke your leg, you have to use some medkits to survive this, and that's what we are doing here.
Yeah, no, I honestly, like, it's one of those things. I'd recommend it to anyone. If you haven't had the chance to just play the original Stalker as well, because when I got to play here, you just think and approach gunfights so differently, because there is that like risk element, and some of the enemies, like I was jumping out of my skin because there was like a camouflaged opponent that I came across in the demo here at Gamescom. And like, can you tell us a little bit more about the enemies that we're going to face?
Yeah, so the zone is inhabited by different factions. There are factions that came from the first Stalker trilogy, and there are new factions, and they have a story behind them of how they appear, what is their goals, and for the player, it would be interesting to uncover and discover these stories. And it's important to mention that from one walkthrough, the player won't know the whole story.
Yeah.
So you had to have several walkthroughs to get all these pieces together, or you could discuss it with your friend who choose some other path, and you can share the information about what you see to each other, and you uncover, oh, I didn't expect that it would happen like this.
Yeah.
So it's, for me, I find it should be interesting for people to discuss their experience with each other.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, right, we can actually see the scanner going on right now. Can you talk us through this?
It's echo scanner, it's a simple scanner, you just beep, and the faster it beeps, the nearer is an artifact.
Yeah.
You can collect an artifact just by using scanner, and at this point, player faced that Bloodsucker. It's a canonical enemy in Stalker series. He has an ability to become invisible for player, and we found that from the feedback of the players and from what we see that he's doing quite challenging thing for the players, and but also it's very rewarding, because when you start playing the game and you start facing some challenge for the first time, you may die, second time you may die, but after it becomes easier for you, and at some point you become master of the game, and everything is easy for you, but it takes time to learn the game.
This terrified me. Like, honestly, I was there going like, wait, at first I was like, what's attacking me? And I was like, how do I counter this? And I was like, suddenly realized there was a camouflaged opponent attacking me. It's like, I love that in this game though, is there are so many challenging enemy, components. Whether you're fighting bandits, whether you're like fighting these sort of enemies. And then I was like looting everything. I became like a loot goblin where I was going into every building and just trying to find as many med kits so that I could stay alive.
And there is also a lot of pieces of content just near the locations. This is not a main quest. It's often not a side quest. It's just some encounters or narrative little stories to bring you an experience of discovering this real location, real zone, and it's not a fake world. It's full of small pieces.
Yeah.
And for me, I find it very interesting to discover. Even if I know the game pretty much, still the world map is so huge. So even for me, going back to some locations make me feel, oh, I didn't expect to find it here. Oh, they bring something here also. So for me, it's also like I feel the same wow effect when I discover something for me.
You really get rewarded for spending that time to look around the world and kind of try and find those caches, and it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's one of the main goal in making this game is to bring as much freedom and allow player to be as he wants to be or she wants to be, to play the role they feel that works for them, and the player could like start being very rude and cruel, and they can act totally different in this game as like a player who wants to be on the friendly side. So there are a lot of freedom. It's rewarding. So even being cruel is rewarding, but there is a balance. Like the game will also punish you for something.
No, 100%. And I think one of the main things is for everyone who's been watching and wants to get their hands on the game, when are they going to be able to play?
It's November, so it's not so much time left. And for us, we are like every day counts. We are doing everything possible to bring this as Polish gameplay as possible, and I hope you enjoy it.
Well, honestly, from what I played at Gamescom, I can't wait to play it more. But thanks so much for stopping by. You can get Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl on November 20th. And of course, it launches day and date on Xbox Game Pass as well. But now to a new line of Xbox accessories, making a splash here at Gamescom. Take a look. But thank you so much, EJ. I appreciate that, mate.
Thank you.
Play video games.
Good job.
Leo has issues with his motor ability. He doesn't have access to a lot of things.
There's so many disabled people that deserve a shot to be like everyone else.
I want to be a part of this world.
So this is my Xbox adaptive joystick.
It allows her to use the controller without using both hands.
It just clicked to him. This is a joystick, I manipulate the character, and this is how I'm gonna move myself.
You've got every button covered.
This is how we do it.
This is my thumbstick topper. You can get different sizes, and this is what I use to make it easier to maneuver. You can get bars from the Xbox lineup. Then you can go somewhere else and get it printed.
Be yourself, design it how you want. You're playing with your Xbox controller.
Right side, right side.
With the Xbox controller assist, when he needs help, when he gets stuck, I can at least hit the gas for him. Then he can control the rest. Having the joystick levels the playing field for him.
Your character, he can fly. He can do everything you can't do.
He enjoys winning and will definitely let you know when he does.
Big
Great news for all gamers everywhere. We've got some new accessories designed to give gamers more ways to play. And here with all the details, please welcome Xbox Principal Designer Chris Kudrowski and Senior Accessibility Product Manager Caitlin Jones. Welcome to Gamescom.
Thank you, Maxie. Yeah, thanks for having us.
How's Cologne treating you? All good?
I love it here. Yeah.
Amazing.
First time in Gamescom. This is pretty exciting.
Oh, wow. First time.
Yeah.
Okay, the full week ahead of you. I can't wait for you to see it. So I can't believe the Xbox Adaptive Controller launch is 6 years ago. But you didn't stop there. So what's new in the world of gaming and accessibility?
Yeah, thanks, Maxie. So as you saw, we just announced our Xbox Adaptive Joystick. It's a wired controller that is designed to be a companion for our Xbox Adaptive Controller as well as other Xbox controllers. And that will be available to customers in 2025, early on in 2025. As well as our Xbox Adaptive toppers that you can create with Xbox Design Labs. And these are really great, I think, especially for players who might have some difficulty using the thumbsticks on their controllers. They can choose from different shapes, customize the sizes, the height, and the width, and attach them to their adaptive joystick as well as their Xbox Wireless or Elite Series 2 controller, and really customize the way that they interact and grip with those thumbsticks on those controllers to meet their unique needs. So overall, we're just really excited to continue to expand the ways that players can play the games that they want to play and also how they want to play. But it doesn't just stop with our Xbox accessibility offerings. We also have some really fantastic partners through our Design for Xbox program, including BioWave and 8bit2, who are also announcing some exciting accessibility news today.
And with everything in your line of work, the feedback from the community is crucial. And the gaming and disability community was also instrumental in feedback for creating the joystick. Can we hear more about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And certainly at Xbox, we are firm believers in the saying nothing about us without us, meaning we do not create accessible devices or features for the disability community, but rather we need to create them with the disability community. They are collaborators and they're the experts in their own experiences and needs. So from very early on with the adaptive joystick, we had our disability community be hands-on with early designs and functional prototypes, and I know Chris will share a little bit more about that on the hardware design side. But even from a software perspective, we really heard from our players that they wanted an affordable joystick for their adaptive controller so they can easily find that and have that as a resource to them, but also something that fit in seamlessly with their existing setups. So we knew it was important to create something that was highly customizable. You can remap all of the buttons on the joystick, you can create different profiles, you can connect it to your Xbox Adaptive Controller for a full adaptive setup, but you can also use it without your Xbox Adaptive Controller. You can plug it directly into your console or PC and use it alone, or employ Xbox Controller Assist to link it with another controller and kind of play that way. So all in all, the disability community's involvement is absolutely critical in everything that we do, and we're so grateful to have them as co-collaborators and designers in these processes.
So many options. So how did the community feedback inform the final design of the adaptive joystick?
Yeah, like Caitlin mentioned, we're always looking for that feedback. And for this device in particular, we actually visited a hospital in Seattle that uses gaming as therapy for some of their spinal injury patients. So what that means is we went there with a box of prototypes, got feedback on the grip size, the shape, the number of buttons, where the buttons were located. They liked some of the stuff, they didn't like some of the stuff, and that's exactly why we're there. One of the most important things that we took away from that meeting was the importance of having the controller be mountable. Lets you put it in a lot of different positions, hold it stable if you're not able to hold the controller in your hand. So we added this threaded insert here that's the same one you'd find on a camera tripod or actually on the adaptive controller as well. And so that really allows you to use non-hand body parts with the controller easily. So we took that feedback and then used it to iterate on the design.
Wow. And And just curious, how does that process look like of creating? Do you 3D print prototypes? Do you mold? What do you do?
We do both of those things. Usually, I like to start making something that goes in your hand by making it by my own hands. So we'll take a block of foam, carve that away. We'll take a 3D print, add clay to it, and then sand it away. And I'm doing this in the design lab, in the workshop in my garage. And we're just really iterating constantly to get the feel right, to get the ergonomics right, the position of the buttons right. We usually start with a very primitive form and then add those details throughout the design process. One of the other things that's really important from my perspective as a designer, and this maybe sounds obvious, it's an Xbox controller. It should look like an Xbox controller. So many of the adaptive products that gamers have to use, they might look like hospital equipment or something you have to use rather than something you'd want to use. Like Xbox makes cool products. We want our gamers to want to use the products, and so using the same form language, the same color, material, and finish really helps it feel like a part of the Xbox family, and that goes a long way in removing some of the stigma that's associated with using adaptive products, and that's a really important thing that I think design and Xbox brings to the table here.
Yeah, it looks very well next to the adaptive controller, traditional Xbox controller, so good job. Good job. One question. So I heard the rumor that the idea of the 3D printable topper files came from an internal hackathon event. Is that true?
That is true. Very similar to the Xbox adaptive controller years ago. The adaptive thumbstick toppers were born from a hackathon project. So hackathon is a week where Microsoft employees get to take a break from their day job and work on a passion project. And this particular team was inspired by really the high cost of adaptive accessories and doing custom setups like that. So knowing that 3D printers are a lot more available for at home or as a service, they combine these two ideas to create a great range of products that offer gamers a lot more options to customize their setup just to exactly what they need.
And so much goes into the creation of these accessibility offerings, and especially what did the development for the 3D printable files for the adaptive thumbstick toppers look like? Who did you work with?
Yeah, very similar to the adaptive joystick and all of our other accessibility offerings. We, again, partnered directly with the disability community, specifically a lot of hospitals and gaming accessibility charities that were doing a lot of 3D printing work. So we worked with them directly and kind of just asked, what are the most common shapes and designs that you all are creating or that you find work best for your players? And that's actually what informed the final 6 shapes that we have available today. So very direct, working with them and getting that feedback. Something that we also learned, though, by working with them is that, not everyone needs a full-on adaptive setup. Sometimes just minor modifications to how you interact with your thumbstick can be the difference that allows someone to play longer, more comfortably. It can also be the difference whether you can play all together. So based on that, we did want to create something that was available, discoverable, and easily customizable for customers, because through working with our disability community, again, more and more learnings nonstop, always coming in. We did learn that, not everyone has access to easily connect with these hospitals or these more tech-savvy maker communities or charities that are customizing these designs and printing them. And also not everyone at home knows how to 3D model and customize their own shapes at home. So with the Xbox Design Lab platform, it's as simple as picking your shape, using sliders to adjust the height and the width of those shapes, and you're given a free 3D printable file that you can then take to a printer. If you have access to, you can use a 3D printing service, and it's as simple as customizing from there with no 3D modeling knowledge required.
I love that. But what I love more is that you not only support the community with creating accessories, you also support partners, third-party developers in bringing their designs to life. So can you share about a little bit more who you're partnering with?
Yes. And I will say I am just personally so grateful and excited that we do have so many Design for Xbox partners who are just really committed to making gaming for everyone. Some of the specific partners that we've been working with recently on the accessibility front are BioWave. So back in May, they announced their Proteus controller, which is a modular controller that allows you to really build your own unique setup that works best for you. And very exciting today, that controller is now available. In addition to BioWave, 8-Bit Do is both announcing and available today their Lite SE wireless controller. So all in all, you know, when it comes to accessibility, a rising tide floats all boats, and we're just excited that our players have more and more options within the Xbox ecosystem to really choose what works best for them.
That's a lot of great news that you have today. So is there any place where we can look up all of the accessibility offerings?
Yes, to find out more about any of this accessible hardware that we've just talked about today, you can see the Xbox Wire blog post. Or if you happen to be here at Gamescom like us, you can visit us in the Here to Help area in the Xbox consumer booth. You can get hands-on with any of the products, do some live demos. And if you're here on Friday, you can see Caitlin in a discussion panel in the community area as well.
Thank you so much to both of you for coming. And also I want to say thank you so much for making our booth accessible so everybody feels welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxie.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll get a look at the first expansion from Starfield, find out what happens when nuclear disaster in the quaint British countryside converge in Atomfall. And Age of Mythology fans, stay tuned. We'll take a look at what you can expect from the latest in the series. But first, it's time to explore ARY26 once again in Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Stuck on a planet with nowhere to poop?
The juiciest burgers in the galaxy. Burger Squirt.
Wacky Extreme Learning Smartbot from Hot Whiz.
Wow! I smush it down my throat.
Our new Ding Dong!
Greetings, brave explorer. We here at Alta Interglobal would like to welcome you to our newest venture, the colonization of space. You've spent almost a century hurtling through the universe in cryosleep, ready to begin your work on this strange alien planet. Unfortunately, changing market conditions have led us to the realization that space exploration is far too costly and unpredictable, and Alta has decided to cancel all future plans in space. I regret to inform you that you have therefore been made redundant. Your final check has been sent. We thank you for your service, and we hope you eventually find a way home. Good luck.
What started as a journey to the Savage Planet has turned into revenge. Here with more on what fans can expect from Revenge of the Savage Planet, please welcome producer Noémie Lecourier and creative director Alex Hutchinson. Thanks so much for joining us.
We're very happy to be here.
Thanks
you.
for having us.
Thank you.
How's your Gamescom going so far?
Very good.
Very good. Busy.
Yes.
It always is. There's so many games to play, so many things to see. But Alex, it's been a journey getting here, and not only to the sequel to fans, but also to evolve the game as a whole. Can you unpack that for us?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty crazy half a decade for not only us, but for the entire games industry. So we originally began as a studio called Typhoon Studios. We made Journey to the Savage Planet, We were acquired by a large multinational. The pandemic happened. We updated the game, and on the day we shipped, that same multinational made us all redundant. So we found ourselves sitting around trying to figure out what to do. But luckily, we decided to reform. So we're a new studio, Raccoon Logic, and we've made this new game, Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Yeah, and Naomi, can you kind of talk about the world that we live in with Revenge of the Savage Planet? Have we got the gameplay that we can push up? But
before that,
I think Alex is going to talk about
before that.
Yeah.
So obviously some of the big changes are that we've switched to third person in this one. It's still a game about exploring the world, interrogating everything that you see. It's filled with wonderful, wacky, weird creatures. It's 4 planets now instead of 1 planet. So there's lots more to do and lots more to see.
Yes, so we basically can survey, scan everything, and collect and catalog. Here, as you explore the world, you're going to discover rewards, things to collect as well. The rewards are blocked by encounters with alien creatures, as well as puzzles and navigation challenges. So lots of fun here.
Yeah.
It looks so cute. Like even the trailer, but in the trailer beforehand, it's like all the creatures. It's like adorable.
And you know it's a sequel when you're swimming.
Just it happens every single time.
Every
You've got
time.
to add water in. If you go in, no water.
Exactly.
Second time thing. But Alex, there's obviously a ton of creativity by the team to produce an incredible world, but perhaps players' take on its obstacles can be equally as creative. So in the world, like how are players going to approach the obstacles that they face?
Yeah, so we've taken a really systemic approach to open world design. So it's still a Metroidvania. You're still being blocked by different obstacles. You need to go back to your habitat and upgrade your tools to get through them. But what we wanted to do was have a Metroidvania where there's a single lock, but multiple keys. So you see different types of objects. Say if it's a cracked wall that you need to blow up, you could do it with a grenade. You could find a creature that explodes. Anything that generates an explosion will get you through. And so hopefully, as you see in this video, there's a little bit more systemic chaos than most games of its type.
So there's lots of creative ways to kind of like solve the problem.
Exactly.
So you can have a bit of fun with it, and every time you play it as well, you're going to get those different experiences.
Exactly.
Another way players can make their game their own is through customization. You know what I mean? Can you talk us through customization?
Yes, absolutely. So we've added tons of new outfits in the game. You can mix and match between the different outfits. So whether it's the helmet, the boots, or the gloves, all the outfits are inspired by sci-fi themes, famous like Star Trek. Here we can see some of the suits here, as well as like Power Rangers. So
if you put on the red shirt, you get killed immediately in the game, but you reprint.
What have you got wrong with the red shirt?
It's just a trope. It's just a trope.
You also have a habitat where you will find all the main modules, like you see here, the PC that you will use throughout the game. But there's also another section that you can fully customize with lots of things. So as you explore the world, you will find Alta crate containing Alta bucks that you can spend in the Alta store on furniture, accessories, and basically a lot of useless junk to really make the space your own. So I hope players have a lot of fun with that.
It's like my own flat all over
there
again.
You go.
Just lots of stuff from Gamescom will kind of like come with me. By the end of it, I'll have plushies for days. But co-op is such a big part of the game as well. Can you kind of talk us through that, Alex?
Yeah, so a lot of the team members have worked on different 2-player co-op games, whether it was Army of Two or Far Cry 4. We've had a lot of success with it. We think it's an intimate way to play with your best friend, your partner, your kid. And this time we've made sure you can do it in any way you can imagine. So there's not only network co-op, but there's split-screen co-op. You can play on the couch, and even cross-play. So you can play on any system with any other system.
I love playing split-screen games as well. Like I grew up playing with my brother. Like every single game that we get our hands on to do split-screen, that was always the way I went and played.
Perfect.
Yeah, also, it's so good you've been able to return to this franchise and bring tons to the fans. This game looks so fun, it feels like fun, and went to create it. Alex, can you tell us what you think the magic is for this game and what makes fans love it so much?
I think it's humor. You know, you see a lot of games that are very grey, very brown, very serious, and we wanted to get back to a world that was fun, that was upbeat, that was optimistic. We like the idea of exploring space because it's fun, and you're going to find something exciting. You're not going to find Matt Damon on the moon, eating poop mushrooms or Mars. So, like, hopefully people see that the humor in this is in the gameplay as well as the script, the joke we always tell is that, I can write a one-liner that's funny once, but slapping your best friend to their death off a cliff is funny forever.
Yeah, you can just kick them off in as many creative ways as possible.
Exactly.
Like just trying to get through that cracked wall. But also, really importantly, when a player's going to be able to get their hands on the game.
So it's going to come out sometime next year, 2025. For more info, you can go on the website, Savage Planet Game, and the wishlist as well, now.
Please wishlist.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, and I can't wait to come and have a go with it as well. So thank you so much for joining us as well. And have you got any final words as well that you want to share with fans?
No, we just please wishlist on whatever platform you like, and we'll show you some more gameplay soon.
No, honestly, thank you so much. But coming up, we've taken a spin in some new wheels and a turn with a new story in Starfield's first ever expansion, Shattered Space. But first, check out an action-adventure game about hope, robots, and the power of words. This is Dustborne.
We need to stick together. We need to be a crew. We're on the run from people with space guns built into their arms.
Dustborne isn't about making the big and immediate choices. It's about the little things that add up over time. The words spoken that affect relationships and moods, the decisions that stick with you and play out when you least expect them to, the actions that push your relationships in new directions.
I guess this explains why you're suddenly so eager to chase after the robots.
Oh, keeping secrets again, huh?
It's about making tough choices, about how to deal with the people in your crew, how to manage them, and pull them together to do the job, and to make the compromises necessary to reach the end of the road and your own personal goals.
We'll be taking a different route north, through Liberty, Oregon.
Liberty? I would actually like an explanation.
I concur.
Think of the game as a way to write your own comic book as you play. Each chapter or issue starting with a new cover displaying what you're about to experience, and each of them ending with a comic splash screen. These pages present key choices made in the previous issue that could have an impact later on. Whether a dialogue line or event plays out because of a choice made by the player, an icon will appear in the top right corner of the screen, allowing you to really get a sense of what could have gone differently.
Stop it! Oh, what the hell, Pax?
What now?
Drive. In the comic splash, you'll have access to more data, such as global stats about how many other players received this particular consequence, allowing you to gauge how popular this choice was. Some choices lead to crew mood change, which can have an impact on your relationship with them, but also on their personal endings.
Are you just gonna hover?
We didn't finish our chat?
No, we were finished.
I'm worried about you, and I had more to say.
I'm sure, but I was done.
Every key crew member in the story receives one of 3 endings, or codas, based on choices made and actions taken by the player and Pax. Each coda is illustrated by a comic book style splash screen, along with unique dialogues and events reflecting each character's current status. The player can at any time access the character codex to see which coda is the current favorite.
The crew respects you. When you're unhappy, they feel it. I'll keep that in mind.
Whenever a dialogue choice or action affects a coda, the screen will display a coda emoji, along with an animation that tells the player how important this choice was. It'll be up to you to decide how the road trip goes and how your relationships will evolve. Will Noam break away from their on-again, off-again relationship with Pax, or embrace it? Will Theo loosen up with the crew, or favor his boss status? Will Ziggy resolve her sister issues with Pax? Discover how it all unfolds in Dustborne. Available now.
What's the name of your band?
We're the Dustborne.
There is a dream that haunts me. A most dreadful nightmare, truly. It tears at me. The fortress of stone and valor, which I struggled to build, is now slowly crumbling into ruin. The land, caught in a perpetual autumn, yields to decay. A futile sacrifice remains ensnared, deep within the horns of the south. A shield, now weakened and cracked by time, fails to protect my people. A profound betrayal has befallen those most loyal, yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a witness. My people, my legacy, everything is collapsing. They hailed me as the once and future king. Only now do I understand the horror of that title.
It's one of my favorite massive open world space adventures, and it's just got its first ever expansion coming up. Here with more on Starfield Shattered Space, please welcome lead creative producer Tim Lamb. Hi Tim, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Nice to meet you, Bex.
Awesome, it's lovely to speak to you today. So let's chat opening night live. We had a really fun look at a very vibey trailer about some vehicles. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I can. So we released the Rev 8, super excited. The team is so happy to have this new element that adds to planet exploration in the game. So, we have these dynamic worlds with, dense terrain, lots of very interesting obstacles. And now those worlds are our playground to drive around on.
Heck yeah.
We have a lot of... In navigating that, we have vertical boost, forward boost, we have a weapon on there. It's a lot of different minute-to-minute, just fantastic gameplay opportunities for players.
Yeah, super exciting. And Vasco looked like he was having a good time as well in the back there. Love that. Now, let's talk a wee bit about the story in Shattered Space. It's very dark and mysterious. Could you tell me and everyone watching a little bit more about the story?
Yeah, so I think there's a hopeful optimism in the giant sprawling adventure of Starfield. You go to a lot of different locations, you meet a lot of different types of people, the cast of characters there, and Shattered Space, that tone, that mood, we were able to sort of distill it down and focus it into a location in the game around Dazra City. So we get to meet that new House Varun, the people there. There's a moment of strife that they had. We get to experience that with them now.
Yeah, they sounded a bit intriguing, shall we say, in the footage that we saw last night. So can you tell us a wee bit more about the House of Varun and kind of who we'll be coming across?
So I don't want to... No spoilers.
Sure.
You encounter a derelict star station, and this starts you on your adventure to meeting the Varun. You end up in their home world, Varun Kai, in the city of Dazra. There's been a catastrophic event. You deal with the minor houses of the faction of House Varun to sort of uncover the mystery of what happened, and then, resolve it as you do as a player.
Nice.
There's lots of choices in there for you.
Okay, very interested to find out what that story kind of leads us on to as well. Very good. Along with that story that we've been chatting about, there are some new game features as well as a huge new planet that we can explore. Could you tell us a bit more about those too?
So we have the city of Dazra. We focused... All of our effort has really been focused on the area around the city. So I think the beauty of it is that there's exploration, that you can find nooks and crannies in the game or little secret discoveries or locations you feel like, I know I'm coming back here. So there's an excitement there. Yeah, so it's that. I'm so excited about it. I am.
Oh, so excited as well. I mean, even in the trailer, we saw kind of a very summery, beachy vibe cruising around on our Rev 8 too. Have you taken it for a spin?
I have. No, I do. And I think Shattered Space is like a fantastic playground for it. Now, you can take the Rev 8 to any planet.
Yeah.
You can take it into Varun Kai, Varun's homeworld, and drive it there as well. But like we support, I think that's one of the great things about our games is we always support any type of play style. So it's like you can play with it, you can play without it, you can take it to Varun Kai, you cannot take it there.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be taking it for a spin as well when Shattered Space releases too. Was there anything else that you wanted to chat to us about for Starfield Shattered Space coming out? Anything we can look forward to?
You can. I think you can look forward to an interesting story, a handcrafted world, new weapons, new gear, new items that sort of alter the way you might think about Starfield.
Amazing. Well, Tim, I cannot wait to play it as well. And everyone watching at home as well, be sure to check out Starfield Shattered Space, launching September 30th with Xbox Game Pass. Thanks again for chatting with us. Now, next up, we're exploring, scavenging, and hopefully surviving the harsh world of Atomfall. But first, let's build a dungeon.
Hi there, I'm James, the designer of Let's Build a Dungeon, a game development simulator that's coming to PC and Xbox next year. We previously brought our game Let's Build a Zoo to Xbox Game Pass, so it's exciting to be back here sharing news of our next game. Today, we want to share a closer look at our multi-layered management sim, and also reveal some brand new features that we've never talked about before. Let's Build a Dungeon is designed to simulate every aspect of running a games studio, and that starts with designing something your virtual players will love. You get to decide which quests to put in the world, and whether you want to focus on a traditional RPG built around magic and combat, or something more cozy like fishing or running monster farms. And if you want even more control, we have an exclusive new mode to share with you. Creative mode is our sandbox, but it's a sandbox quite unlike any other. Not only do you have access to literally thousands of assets, buildings, and characters, in Let's Build a Dungeon, you can also tell your own story. We are developing a series of easy-to-use tools that lets you create almost anything, from a production-level dialogue editor that lets you create branching conversations, events, and rewards, to a full AI editor that lets you adjust anything from attack probabilities to spawn rates and weapons. We even have a tool that lets you draw your own pixel art characters, which will then automatically animate them for you. Our goal is to build a suite of tools that gives you as much control as we have when building our games. Games made by the community will be available for download, along with some titles made by developers like us here at Spring Loaded. Adding these tools felt like the natural extension of our game development simulator. Why stop at building the most detailed game dev sim ever created, when we can add elements of a game engine to give you a full, authentic experience? Hopefully, this short overview has given you an idea of what to expect from Let's Build a Dungeon when it ships next year.
Windscale, the pride of Britain. Nestled in the picturesque Lake District, the state-of-the-art atom plant has transformed this rugged landscape into the envy of its northern neighbors. Scientific progress waits for no one.
Wind scale. Everything changed when that bloody atom plant went up in flames.
Citizens of Wyndham, there has been an increase in bandit activity outside the village walls.
Temporary quarantine, they said? It's been bloody years.
They're hiding something from us. Something terrible. My name's Molly. You got out to trade? I got bits and bobs for sale. Please be careful. It's more dangerous than you can possibly imagine.
Detected.
It's mystery mixed with folk horror weirdness, all set in a not-so-idyllic post-war British countryside, and believe it or not, it's based on a true story. Really? Well, here with more on Atomfall, please welcome Creative Director for Rebellion, Ben Fisher. How you doing, pal?
How you doing?
Welcome to Germany.
Thank you.
First time here, or?
Been here for Gamescom before.
Yeah. But not with a game quite like this, right?
No, let's talk about that, Ben. Actually, you're right, Henry, because this is a huge departure from Rebellion's most famous series, let's call it Sniper Elite. Can you tell us about this sudden change of pace here?
Sure. I mean, it's similar and it's different in different aspects of the game. So we always value sandbox exploration and giving the player lots of freedom in their objectives. But at the same time, this is a survival action game with some sort of RPG-ish elements. There's skills, there's crafting. The story of the game unfolds as you explore. It's kind of a mystery game, so tonally quite different to Sniper Elite.
I love the exploration side of it. I mean, from what we just saw in the quick trailer, there's a lot going on. It's not just one sort of trope that you're sticking to. There's a lot to unpack. So maybe as we're checking out some gameplay that you brought along that we can experience, we can jump into some of the influences that have made it into this title. Because, like I said, it's a lot going on here, man. So let's check out some of this gameplay as well. You've got to start off with a post box.
Yeah.
Where else?
I mean, it's on your T-shirt as well.
Yeah.
It must be quite a core feature of Atomfall, I assume.
It is actually.
Oh.
As you explore the world of Atomfall, you're uncovering a mystery. You're discovering what's happened in this post-apocalyptic quarantine zone in 1950s north of England. Different characters will ask you to do things for them, and they might help in return. And one of the characters that you can interact with is this mystery phone voice. You don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you have to choose which characters you trust and don't trust in your exploration.
Kind of like Bosley, Charlie's Angels vibes coming through the phone.
Yes, exactly.
I like that. That's cool. Speaking about the story, and Henry, you mentioned it earlier. True story. Like, what is
Surely
that about?
Yes. Well,
surely not.
Yeah. It's based on real-world disaster that happened. The first major nuclear disaster in the world was in Windscombe plant in Sellafield, so 1957. We wanted to use that as a jumping-off point for a story. So Jason Kingsley, one of the owners and founders of Rebellion, observed that there are lots of games that are kind of like post-atom storytelling, post-atomic disaster storytelling, but none set around this first disaster that's happened in the world. So we took that as a starting point and then thought, what's a Rebellion kind of interpretation of that kind of event? So, like I say, we value that kind of sandbox exploration and player freedom, and then combine that with the sort of unique Britishness, and that led to the environment that we've got in the game. So it's kind of an alternate history story, and it's a mystery that you uncover what's happened. And as part of the process of building that game world, we looked back at 1950s storytelling. So references like the Quatermass series, which is one of the very earliest sci-fi serials, or like early Doctor Who, and things like that. So like UK TV Gold kind of cultural reference points that even if people don't know the reference itself, they know the influences that came from it. And at the time, there wasn't a clear distinction between like folk horror and sci-fi and those kind of stories. So it's a blend, it's a natural blend in the storytelling style of the 50s.
I love
of course,
that.
you have to chuck some cricket bats in there for good measure. I mean, the combat's pretty crunchy, right? I mean, this is, like you say, a bit of a departure from Sniper Elite, which is typically long range, but in here we're getting right up, even the fact that it's first-person camera as well. Like, these are conscious decisions you've made. So why did it feel right for Atomfall to treat it that way?
So in the case of Sniper Elite, you are an elite trained sniper. You know, Carl Fairbairn's like a human sniper rifle, right? He knows exactly how to fire a shot miles to take out that one guy. Yeah. This is a different character in a different situation. We wanted it to be a mystery, so there are no signifiers of age, race or gender for the player character. They're wearing gloves, so you don't know who they are. Their backstory is part of the mystery that you may or may not uncover as you explore. We wanted you to feel more like it's not so much a war zone as a pub brawl. You're desperately attempting to survive. There's not much ammo around. The guns are all rusty because everyone's been trapped in this quarantine zone for 5 years. You're mixing melee and ranged combat. You can throw your melee weapons. You can kick people to make them stagger back. We wanted you to be constantly, desperately mixing options and scavenging desperately for resources. So there's a real kind of tension as you play, which is very, very tonally different to Carl, who's calm and controlled and reads an entire situation before he decides what to do.
I think we can definitely get on board with the pub crawl element.
My entire playthrough is like it's a scene from Kingsman, basically, and it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel great.
Talking about Kyle and that he's an iconic character. What about the characters in Atomfall? Our player character isn't maybe so much of the focus, but are there other people that we're going to meet that are going to be key?
Yeah. So. I need to have the right answer that doesn't spoil too many things. But as you explore the game world, different characters will ask you to help uncover the mystery of what happened in the Windscale plant and maybe ask you to do something when you get there. And if you do that for them, they might try and find you a way to escape this quarantine zone, or they promise to. So as you explore, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't trust, whether you think they're telling the truth or trying to manipulate you, whether you believe the same things as they do. So it's all murky shades of grey. There's no good guys and bad guys, and it's all completely open to the player. So you could theoretically kill every character in the game, and there's still a way to finish the game. You could theoretically play through and kill no one, and there's other routes available to you. So we really pushed hard into giving the player lots of options and lots of rewards for observing and choosing what to do. So there's lots of tropish characters, lots of kind of characters that fit this world of being north of England and also being 1950s, 1960s culturally.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, as a fellow Scot, Ben, really quick, are there any maybe Scottish people in there that we can look forward to meeting? I'm sorry.
No spoilers, but what we have done is we've taken like 1950s sci-fi, 1950s, or like old-fashioned folk horror type trope characters and Cold War scientist trope characters, and you'll meet those kinds of people as you explore through the game, and then still decide whether you trust them or not.
Okay.
So we got pub rules, we got crazy characters. They're all living in this open world that we're experiencing. Can you tell us more about that? I mean, how did you construct it? How big is it as well?
Sure. Okay. Well, what Rebellion excels at is these deeply packed kind of sandbox maps. So the way that we've structured Atomfall is a series of like 5 or 6, depending on how you count, sandbox maps like the one you can see just now. And you can travel freely between them at any time. They're all thematically very, very different. And then there's loads of interiors and like large-scale, story-driven locations that you might uncover, as well as bunkers that are full of loot that you might find. What we wanted to do is really lean into that densely packed kind of puzzle box. So I've spent all day watching people play the game, and no two playthroughs have been the same. People can approach it all very, very differently, get different experiences. As you explore the game, you'll find leads as well. So we don't have a kind of quest system. We've got leads that you piece together clues that help you understand what's happening. So we built this puzzle box, this sandbox of interconnected options for the player, and then we just let them go for it. They might find a difficult, dangerous place and die, but we signpost very clearly that it's a dangerous place, and then it's kind of up to them what happens.
That's right. I love a puzzle. I'm buzzing.
Yeah.
We're great at solving them together, to be fair.
Well, we could work on it. I mean, You just said that there'll be leads that players can follow. Tell us a bit about how they're equipped to do so, because we just saw like literally pulling out a metal detector and taking part in that great British tradition of finding some old coins or whatever it could be. But what are the other ways we can do that?
Yeah, so you might find a lead that someone's hidden in a box under the ground somewhere. They've a bit of storytelling around it to draw the player in and make them try to understand how it fits to the game world. But there's also characters that you might find in the world. There's friendly characters that you can barter with, and they might sell you or rather trade something with you which has a lead in it. Or if you do some trade with them, they might get friendly to you and give you a lead. You can also have conversations with characters, and if you choose the right choices, you might get some more information from them. The way that we've approached those is the same kind of high stakes player freedom. So you can get the conversation wrong, right? You're not working your way down a list of conversation topics until they grey out and then moving on to the next one. It works more like a real conversation. So if you judge their personality wrong and say the wrong thing, they might shut down and stop talking to you. And you've pruned a chain of leads that you might otherwise have found something interesting in the game world. So you're always having these influences and layers that you may even not notice are there.
That sounds so smart. I can't wait to dive into that as well. That's so cool. I understand there's some crafting elements in that as well, and also, metal detectors, scavenging. Can you tell us what that kind of looks like in Atomfall?
Sure. So the player's desperately trying to survive and finding materials to help them survive. Yeah. So even if they find a gun, there might be 3 bullets for the gun. So they can find materials that let them craft things to help them heal or help them in combat, so Molotov cocktails and makeshift grenades and things like that. So you find yourself trapped into a corner and you can make these resources that help you survive. Like I say, we're trying to make sure that we find this sweet spot where you feel kind of desperate as you're trying to survive. We want you to use everything that you find. We've made sure your backpack capacity is quite limited as well, so you're really pushed to make these difficult choices and decide even whether you want to engage in a fight or not, whether you want to avoid it entirely. You want to choose the right moment and try and take out 5 guys with a Molotov. It's all really, really high stakes, but it makes it very rewarding when you manage to pull something off.
It looks like our player right now is making a horrible decision by going into a restricted area. Already seen a ribcage. I mean,
yeah. I mean, so
this is going to go great.
Like I mentioned earlier, if you're heading into somewhere difficult or dangerous or scary, we make sure and signpost it. So if you go into a place like that and then you die, you go, "Oh, I should have guessed. There was a skeleton outside."
Yeah, that one's on me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To be fair, I'm very good at ignoring red flags, so we'll see about that.
And in terms of the player's progression then, so you're making all these decisions, you're making friends with everybody, you're crafting your gear. What about skills, anything like that in the game?
Sure. So there's a range of skills that help reinforce the player's ability to survive in this dangerous world. So there's a chain of skills that are for melee combat, ranged combat. There's sort of durability skills that mean you can take more damage and survive in dangerous areas. And then also abilities that help your overall survival, like disarming traps and things like that. So really we wanted to keep it grounded so that there's always that sense of threat and pressure, but we wanted to give you some advantages. So you might learn a skill that lets you throw a melee weapon, and if it's bladed, it'll stick in targets and things like that, just to help give you that edge over the course of the game. As you can see in this location here, they're in a kind of dark and then scary interior. So we've got the player's progression, but then there's also a kind of game world progression where they're uncovering a mystery. So quite literally, they have to push deep into the world and into the underground of the world to find these dark and scary places. We try and keep it tense the entire way through the game.
I was going to say, because there is the sci-fi element, but there's a bit of horror vibes I'm getting too. So with us competing with people maybe on a top level, and now we've got into this bunker, there must be some monsters of some kind.
Yeah, we just saw a little glimpse of something scary and monstrous, and as you push into the mystery, you will find more elements influenced by what happened. But yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said earlier, the storytelling style of the 50s and 60s didn't really have a division between folk horror and sci-fi. There was like a blend for a certain kind of story that was addressing the Cold War, but in a way that wasn't too political, I guess. So, folk horror stories are about the division between rural and urban civilization and how there's a tension between them, and Cold War stories are about fear of the outsiders and others and that sort of thing. And there's thematic resonances between all of these different storytelling styles, which make it really easy for us to push into these otherworldly horror elements as you push into the mystery.
Nice. That's so sick.
We've got quite an atmospheric bunker, like you said, as well. Have you got a favourite part of the maps that you can share us with? Again, nothing. I'm really pushing it here, but any favourite place to maybe have a picnic or anything like that?
Well, actually, there is a favourite secret place which I can tell you about a little bit. So, as the player is starting the game, they're given one lead. A person tells them that the heart of this mystery is a location called the Interchange. So to begin with, you're trying to find this place, and as you make your way in, it's all unpowered, it's been shut down, it's been quarantined, and you push into it and open it up more and more, and it's like an unfurling flower as you find all of these leads that are the heart of the mystery. And the more you find, the more leads there are to find. So you end up in this kind of like snowball effect.
He's just picked up a Cornish pasty.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Stunning.
Yeah. Well, this is pre-Greg's era, I suppose. So we'll take what we can get for now.
That's brilliant.
That's what meat's in it.
I don't want to know.
It's really fun for me to see like the contrast between that dank bunker we just came out of, and then like the overworld is so lush and vibrant. And listen, I've been to the north of England. It's not always this green, so sometimes, yeah, exactly. I mean, I live in London, and it's just grey all the time. So any green I can get is good. But
this is the Lake District on a good day.
Yeah, exactly. So, will we see many other types of biomes or environments in the game as well?
Yeah. So one example would be there's a woodland nearby, but it has more of a kind of spooky folk horror-ish tone. As you get into it, it feels more mysterious and occult. And there's a group of kind of pagans that if you tread wrong, they'll cut your face off with sickles, you know. Yeah. Or you can find a friendly character who's sort of part of that group and talk your way into their compound. So we give you all these different options to, you know, for whichever faction there are, ways to befriend them or get in a fight with them. Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that as well. Very good. I mean, I think we, especially at Xbox On, are super excited for Atomfall and to check it out and maybe even come across ourselves, because Henry and I and Charlie have actually been scanned into the game, which we're very excited to maybe come across ourselves. Oh, there we are. Yeah. There's Henry getting his wee...
Yeah, I have to say it's maybe not the most flattering, methods of doing it, but what are you actually doing to me there? Because I just signed something and agreed to show up dressed as a big baby, and apparently that's for something. But
yeah, no, this is guys do? Massive scan.
I thought so. Yeah, thanks. What is it that you guys have to do to get someone scanned into your games? Because the realism is quite impressive.
Sure. So we go through a highly detailed scanning process of every angle of your face and different configurations. So we get wrinkle maps and things like that.
What do you mean? I'm perfect.
Of course, yeah. So we didn't bother with the wrinkle maps.
Oh, great.
So they're all assembled by character artists and rigged so they can animate. And then we, in the case of Atomfall, we then put that in a sort of character builder system. That means we can put costumes on the characters. We might grub your face up a bit because, they've been surviving for 5 years without washing machines and soap. And then we just find exactly the right spot for each kind of memorable face in the game.
I'm definitely looking out for where I am. If I'm on an enemy, that's okay. I've always wondered what I'd look like if I had a cricket bat to the face. So this is great. And you're going to be getting scanned in pretty soon.
Yeah. I can't wait. As long as you put some fake eyelashes on me as well, then make that.
I'll make a note.
Yeah. Are you in the game as well? Have you been scanned?
No, I haven't been scanned yet.
Okay.
No. You have to shave a beard off if you want to get.
Yeah, you had to do that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
It was just the beard that we had to shave. Right.
Yeah, the rest was optional.
Oh. Whoops. Honestly, I cannot wait to play this game. It looks bonkers. It looks British as heck. And honestly, we're going to play it so much when it launches next year. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your Gamescom. And
excellent. Thank you very much.
And we are going to be taking a little look at some other games, but your game's coming out in 2025 on Xbox Game Pass, which is great. But next up, we're going to be throwing it back with some Age of Mythology Retold. But before we do that, we do want to check out some new gameplay. It's Dragon Ball. Oh yeah, Sparking Zero. It's back. Check this out.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Rizzo, Product Manager of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Thank you for joining us today in this exciting showcase. Today we will show you some new and exciting gameplay footage featuring characters that we have revealed during the opening night live. But before that, let me give you a reminder on the 2 single-player game modes that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has to offer: Episode Battles and Custom Battles. First up is Episode Battle. In this single-player mode, you can take the point of view of 8 different characters, including Goku and Vegeta, and enjoy famous battles from the anime. For each stage, you'll be playing through an introduction before heading into some of the most iconic fights in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. The number of stages and battles vary by character.
We're here to take you down, simple as that.
Next up is Custom Battle. In this mode, players fight in battles that each have their own original scenes. Some battles will also have different victory condition, and some might even have event cutscenes pop up midway, so you'll be able to enjoy battles different from the norm. Using Edit mode, you'll be able to freely set the characters to be played, as well as the pre-battle and post-battle cutscenes, in order to make your own original battle. What you've made will be able to be uploaded and viewed online for the whole world to play, so hope you enjoy sharing the battles and situations that you have created. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Coming straight from the Majin Buu saga, Ultimate Gohan is our latest addition to the roster. After his rigorous training, he is ready to show his power in an all-out fight against Kefla in her Super Saiyan 2 form. Enjoy!
Now, there is nothing like enhancing a classic with modern graphics and gameplay mechanics. And if that classic feature can feature, new expansions and a remastering of the multiplayer experience, well, in my eyes, it's even better. So here from World's Edge even, to give us the latest on Age of Mythology Retold, please welcome Senior Director of Production, Ernest Yen, and Senior Game Designer, Kristen Perillo. Welcome and prostagma to you. Thank you so much. Now, Age of Mythology, there's loads going on here at Gamescom.
Yes.
In general, there's loads going on anyway. But you also had a pretty epic opening night live. So I want to hear all about that. I want to hear all about the booth. I want to hear everything.
Great. So first, thank you, Jeff Keighley, for showing the awesome premiere trailer that we just showing in opening the live last night. And it showed the story of Athena talking to the young hero, and in this case, one of them is of course the key character Zakynthos, and about this really, really epic story that a lot of our fans remember really fondly. So over multiple campaigns, over 50 missions, it is epic, amazing. And of course the trailer also show off the new graphics we have in the game, looking really pretty. It is just really cool to see. So.
Yeah, and the trailer's been fantastic because it really showcases how diverse each civilization is within myth.
Yeah.
We have our Greeks, we have Egyptians, Norse, and Atlantean. They all have their own gods, their lore, the way that they play. There's just so much diversity within the gameplay. It's been really exciting.
And talking about the booth, yes, we are here, so people can actually come.
You're just over the back, over there. You're tucked away over that
right
way.
there.
If anyone's planning on coming tomorrow, it's just over there.
And if you come, you can get these awesome lightning bolts, and also take pictures. So it's really, really cool. And by the way, this is not the only thing that we have here. So on top of Age of Mythology Retold, we also recently announced Age of Empires Mobile.
Woohoo!
And then, if you come by the booth, you can get this awesome pop socket. It's amazing. So highly recommend.
I'm going to be first in the queue to get one of those as soon as possible.
It's so cool. And the game is actually, we just announced that it's going to be available globally on October 17th. So it's a very different, very new experience that we're expanding Age of Empires to the mobile audience. So it's a game built with the awesome Team Studio group, and they have crafted something that's amazing for the mobile gamers.
Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to see it. Amazing. Right, so I know you have more news to come as we're talking here today, but the first thing I want to talk about is that this is more of it's more than a remastering, but it's different to a sequel, right? So I don't know, what in the name of gods does Retold actually mean?
Right. So for a few years now, our fans know we have been building these things called definitive editions. And there's one key goal that we have, which is we want to build the title that's in your head, right? Not because when you actually think about the games that you grew up with and play, you remember fondly and say, it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
So, but when you actually try to play the original for real and look at it and say that's not what I remember at all. So we want to build the one that's actually in your head and how it looks like, how it feels like. So that's the goal. Really want to thank the fans for supporting us for so long for all the different editions. But for Retold, Age of Mythology Retold, we are going beyond what we have done in different editions. So on top of all the graphics and all the gameplay from the original, we actually tweaked it and added a bunch of new things to it as well, and it is just amazing. So
yeah, I mean, from the design side, from the get-go, we really asked ourselves, how can we maximize our mythology? And so we've got reusable god powers, which you can actually see. We've got our approachability features like our VPS we brought in from other titles. We've got a more favor-based economy, so you can build more monsters, and our population cap is much higher now. So not only can you build more monsters, you can just build more of everything.
You add me at more monsters, I'll stop you there. It feels like a love letter, really. Everything you've learned so far, you're bringing back, and I love the idea of taking out what you see in your head and then making that version of the game. I think it's absolutely wonderful. So you mentioned a little bit about god powers, actually. I heard we have our very own gods wandering around at Gamescom, by the way, while we're on the subject.
Yes, we have invited them to the booth. So you also can actually see them. We have Athena and Zeus here in our booth. So come by, see them. You can see them on screen like that.
Zeus is loose.
Goodness me, where did you find that?
They are amazing. That is so
nice.
cool.
Oh my goodness me.
Please come by. It takes a lot of work for us to invite them to the booth. So
a lot of convincing.
A lot of convincing.
Beautiful. Awesome. Okay, back to the game now. Sorry, tangent. So seeing the gameplay that we just saw just then, it's really clear that the team has been hard at work on the visuals. I think you both mentioned it already.
Yes.
So what can we expect? What exactly does that mean?
So for graphics, we actually have redone every single graphics that you actually see in the game. So like every single 3D asset, every single animations, like effects, all of them are completely rebuilt. So just for this game. And it's amazing. The team did really, really good work. But we want to make sure that you also keep the flavor of the original.
Of course,
because again, we want to build a game that people remember.
Yeah.
So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a labor of love. I will say that much. So we've gone asset by asset. And we've just made overall improvements. We wanted everything to look and feel mythical. And so we have, our destruction effects. We support ray tracing. But like Ernest had said earlier, sometimes when we've gone back and look at these assets in 2024, we realized that we had an image in our head that was very different than blurry pixels, wrapped around a sphere. And so we had a lot of philosophical discussions because, the dev team were all major fans of the original. So, I mean, Arcantus was a big one where we were like, would he have a dimple? Or would his chin be more square? Would he have?
I want to be in those meetings, please.
They've been really fun. It's part Rorschach test looking at some of the assets, and then it's like labor of love, and it all comes together to make that game that we remember loving and playing.
Amazing. So if I've got everything right here, so Age of Mythology Retold as complete visual overhaul, updated god powers, and larger-than-life myth units. Now, small enough to keep me interested, but is there anything else that you have to share?
Yes, definitely want to say that remind people one of the coolest thing that we have done for here is that we are releasing on PC and Xbox with crossplay, like at the same time. We have never done that with any Age games, so it is the first time we're releasing on multiple platforms at the same time. So really, really happy to be able to bring the game to not only to the keyboard and mouse player, but to controllerless players as well. Because the game people really remember, beloved it. We want everybody to be able to play together.
And you've had some fantastic versions on the console recently, so those players want to absolutely join you. Now, you also have some other really exciting things to tell us today. I know I'm really gripped for this, but what can you tell us about the Freya Gods Pack?
Oh, I am so excited to be able to talk about this.
Here we go.
So the Freya God Pack really is kind of like a new DLC type for us. And what we really wanted to do was offer the players a new strategy type for the Norse, which is, a beloved civilization from the legacy game that can sometimes be very offensive in the way that it plays. And so with our Freyr God Pack, we wanted to offer a defensive skew to it. So with the Freyr God Pack, players will be getting 4 new god types featuring Freyr, who is the god of fertility and kingship, and then 3 minor gods, as well as all the things that they come with, like their myth units and their god powers.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. That's insane, by the way. 4 new gods. Amazing. Are you able to talk us through each one? Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Excellent.
So we have Uller, who is the god of archery, and his myth unit is a Draugr, which you may see in the film here. The Draugr is an awesome myth unit. He's an undead archer, and his arrows can pierce multiple targets, whatever is in his line of sight. We have Aegir, who is the god of storms, and his god power, he has a horrifying hailstorm that will slow everybody down, and it's very frosty. And he is one of the best myth units, which is a rock giant, and if you upgrade him, he can eat buildings, and he will.
God, I love this game.
And our mythic age god is Vidar, who is the god of vengeance, very appropriate for the mythic age. And so his god power, he calls upon Fenrir, which is a mythological wolf. And Fenrir is interesting. He has a path of destruction. He'll light forests on fire, and the wolf comes up in a very scary, ghostly manner. And then his myth unit is actually my personal favorite. Another famous character from mythology, Fafnir, who is a very greedy dragon. Everywhere he goes, he leaves like a trail of poison.
Love it.
And if you slay Fafnir on the battlefield, he actually melts into a pile of gold coins.
Oh, wow.
So it's been very fun to make.
I really
and very
love
fun to
how
play.
much you've fleshed out each of those. Like, yeah, that one's going to eat buildings, isn't he? Love it. So good. Wonderful.
It's amazing. Just want to do a quick reminder that Freya is going to be part of the premium edition of the game. So if you want Freya and all the people, the major and minor gods, so definitely get the premium edition. And by the way, if you get the premium edition of the game, you also will be able to access the game earlier. So like the game is coming out September 4th, but like if you have the premium edition, you can start playing on August 28th, 7 days early.
Good deal to me. Love it.
Yes.
Awesome. So as well as choosing your god and battling across this frozen north, what other new content can we expect from the Freya Gods Pack?
Yes, so with the Freyr God Pack, there's also a new playable level called ign-live Rally, and I won't spoil it. It's very fun. You'll get the chance to play all of the fun new myth units and god powers and techs I just mentioned. And really the best part of this level is that it does feature one of our villains from the Legacy campaign, Gargarensis, who is just a peach. And it's a great experience.
I'm stuck on peach there. I can't wait to unpack this expansion, but I need to ask you both, Ernest, Kirsten, what dates? I know we spoke them a little bit, but let's go over it one more time so everyone's got them written on the calendar at home.
Yep, September 4th is when the game is coming out. So, but I do want to be clear that the way that we like to build our games, September 4th is really just the beginning. So we will continue to support the game, we'll continue to do updates, balance, listen to consumer feedback, and honestly, our players are amazing. They give us really good feedback, and then we can continue to improve the game.
Yeah,
So.
and part of that is, we have 2 new Pantheons coming with playable civilizations, and then we also have a new game mode, Arena of the Gods, which we're excited to talk about soon.
Ooh, how exciting. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to make sure I get the pop socket. I'm going to make sure I get whatever these things you're wearing. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to get them. So thanks so much for stopping by. There are loads more Age of Mythology stuff going on for all types of gamers. But first things first, as Ersten said, if you haven't already, make sure you pre-order Age of Mythology Retold Premium Edition to get the Freyr Gods pack, 7 days early access, and so much more. You can play early from August 28th, and that is only 1 week from today. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day 1 from the Xbox Gamescom booth here in Germany. Join us tomorrow for Star Wars Outlaws, the latest chapter from Fallout 76 Milepost Zero, and then we'll dive into the most ambitious story arc that World of Warcraft has ever seen. And there's probably going to be so much more too. So until tomorrow, have a great day. Auf Wiedersehen.
Gamescom has begun.
Hello, everybody!
It's the biggest gaming event in the world, and Gamescom Studio is your one-stop destination for all the excitement.
It's awesome to be here at Gamescom.
Coming up today, some of the most anticipated games like Monster Hunter Wilds, Avowed, Civilization 7. Plus, looks ahead at what's next for games that already have us hooked, like Diablo IV and Starship Troopers Extermination. Plus, we'll take a look at what's happening around the Gamescom show floor, bringing you sights, sounds, and maybe some surprises. So get ready, because Gamescom Studio, live on IGN, starts right now.
Hello and welcome to IGN's live coverage of Gamescom 2024, the biggest video game convention in the world. I'm your host, Stella Chung, along with Max Scoville and Brian Altano. Welcome to Gamescom, guys.
Welcome to Gamescom. The Gamescom floor is officially open, and for the next 4 days, IGN will be bringing you non-stop coverage of everything going on here, right in Cologne, Germany. We'll have interviews with game developers, voice actors, and the people working on the coolest upcoming and ongoing games. Plus, we'll also be showing you around the absolutely massive Gamescom show floor, which is packed with booths, activations, and probably something really wild, like a 70-foot tall dragon that's fighting a tank, or maybe just like a regular-sized construction vehicle that's there to promote a very specific game about doing construction. Probably. It's all happening here at Gamescom. Lots of cool stuff.
It certainly is. There will also be definitely tons of surprises you won't want to miss, brand new gameplay trailers, exclusive reveals, and more. And hey, the biggest video game event on the planet also cares about the planet. Thanks to the Gamescom Goes Green initiative, Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy. In addition to participating in Gamescom's carbon offset program, exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably, reusing portions of their booths, and avoiding single-use material.
It's quite amazing. The Gamescom force continues to grow, and more trees have been planted thanks to donations from attendees. You can find out more about Gamescom's sustainability efforts and find out how to do your part at gamescom.global. And speaking of global, if you can't make it to Germany this week, don't worry, because Gamescom has actually gone worldwide. Gamescom Asia will be taking place in Singapore October 17th to 20th, and tickets are on sale now. The first ever Gamescom Latam took place in Brazil back in June, and it was a huge success, so much so that it's actually returning back in 2025.
All right, I'm excited to go back there. As for what's happening today right here, though, we've got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero up next, followed by a look at Diablo IV's Vessel of Hatred expansion, and later on, Monster Hunter Wilds and Starship Troopers Extermination.
Yeah, and if you think that's a lot, that's just what's happening here in the studio. So let's actually see what's happening out on the show floor.
Oi oi and welcome to Gamescom 2024. We're going to be out here on the show floor today checking out some amazing stuff. We're going to have a look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Later, X marks the spot. We're going to have a fantastic look around this, quite frankly, massive Xbox booth. And then later on, when the sun goes down, as does the Dying Light, we're going to take a look at Dying Light, The Beast, the new game announced last night at ONL. So it's going to be a good time, I think. I think you should stick with us, really.
Dragon Ball fans are counting down the days to the release of Sparking Zero, and last night we got a brand new trailer celebrating the fact that it is only 50 days away, but I guess that's 49 now. Here to answer some of our burning questions about Sparking Zero is the games producer Jun Furutani and Mark Karstens, who will be translating. Hi. Welcome. Thank you. People are really excited for this game. People are extremely hyped for it. The new trailer looks awesome. There's one specific shot that I want to call out that people have a lot of questions about. There's a bit where Mr. Satan, or Hercule, is running away from what appears to be Vegeta in his giant Uzuru ape form. How does that fit into the gameplay? Because I feel like the rest of the battles are pretty straightforward. It looks like a fight in Dragon Ball. We get it. This is kind of one-sided. Where just, I guess, some context, both in terms of maybe story or maybe gameplay.
Yeah. まあ、ここに見えるように前のトレーラーでこういうサタンが悟空かベゲタのゴリラフォームから逃げてるところがあるんですけど、まあ、トレーラーの別の部分はまあファイトとかそういうのは分かるんですけど、これはちょっと何ですかって、まあ、ストーリーとかゲームプレイに関してこれはどうやってゲームのに入っていますかって。
そうですね、これは普通に対戦のワンシーンを切り取った映像にはなっています。かなりサタンなんかは空を飛べないキャラクター、武空術ができないキャラクターになっているので、地面をこのように走るような形で動くことができるキャラクターになっています。それを奥から大猿が接近して攻撃を畳みかけているっていうワンシーンをちょっと切り取ったシーンになりますので、お客さんの中でもプレイしている中でまさにこういうちょっとリアルに本当に逃げ回っているシーンみたいなことはリアルタイムに起こりうるものとして、こちら見ていただければと思います。
So this is actually a battle scene? Because you know, you can play Mr. Saturn and Mr. Saturn can fly, so obviously, you know, if you're trying to get away from your opponent, then he has to run. And this is basically a character of Saturn running away from Vegeta, who's trying to attack him.
I think running is probably a good solution in that scenario. The other thing that people have really latched onto is there's a brief glimpse of Goku wearing his Yardrat outfit, which I don't know. I think people are really excited about the prospect of character customization, different outfits. It's already a massive roster. Can you talk a little bit about sort of different outfits or accessories?
もう一つのシーンはその悟空がヤトレットの服を着てるんですけど、大きいロスターなんですけど、そのロスターの中にやっぱりそういうカスタマイズがあるっていうのはファンが結構嬉しくて、そのコスチュームとかについてもうちょっと教えてもらえますか？
そうですね、結構悟空のこの衣装とかってその原作のストーリーの中でもやっぱり出てきていた衣装だったりもするので、今回お客様の方でもこのような衣装の状態で戦っていただく、遊んでいただけるような形で実装させていただいています。ちょっとまだお伝えできないキャラクターだったり、お伝えできない衣装とかあるんですけど、まだ他にも一部のキャラクターではこのように原作で登場した衣装で、遊んでいただけるようなものはございます。
So basically, I mean, this is a scene from the story. This is an outfit that was in the story, and as we're trying to revive the story as much as possible, there will be multiple costumes for multiple characters. We cannot go too much into the details right now. We're sorry about that, but certain characters will have multiple costumes to choose from.
Glad to hear it. That's very exciting. I know people. There's some iconic ones. I want the Piccolo in the Post Boy shirt when he's doing the driving test. Now, it's been a long time since the last Budokai Tenkaichi game. A lot has changed since then. A big thing is obviously the fighting game community, competitive esports. Can you talk a little bit about how sort of that change has influenced Sparking Zero?
前の舞踏会の時よりやっぱそのファイティングゲームのコミュニティが結構大きくなっていろんなトーナメントも出てるし e スポーツが盛んになったんですけど、そういう e スポーツの盛んの中新しいスパークゼロはどういうふうにそういうフィーチャーとかあるんですかと。
そうですね、この作品で申しますと、その他の作品でいうドラゴンボールファイターズとかみたいにその e スポーツ的すごい競技性が高くて公平性が高いみたいな形ではなくて、どちらかというとドラゴンボールらしさ、ドラゴンボール的な体験をすごい楽しんでいただきたいなということを念頭に作っている作品になります。なのでキャラクターごとに全員が共通して同じ強さであるっていうのではなくて、原作で描かれていたようなその強いキャラクターはより強く、なかなか苦戦したキャラクターはちょっと苦戦を強いられるような、そういった形でキャラクターの強さっていうのは調整させていただいていますので、基本的にはそのようなドラゴンボールのキャラクターのまさにそのキャラクターになりきる体験というか、キャラクターが味わえるこの、より自分が強ければより強い体験、なかなか難しいキャラクターでも難しい体験みたいなところを本当にキャラクターになりきって遊んでいただけたらなというふうには思っています。ちょっとプラスであるんですけど、ちょっと一旦ここまでで。
So, first part of the answer. I mean, there are other Dragon Ball games where they have very good balancing that is important and for esports to have characters that are well balanced so that everybody has the same chance. But this game is more about enjoying being a character. So in this game, strong characters are stronger, and you can play very strong, and characters that are weaker in the story are also weaker, and you can enjoy gameplay where you struggle a little more and it's a little more challenging. So the focus is different. It's not really balancing and having a fair esports fight, but more about being the character and being in the story.
でその上で一応キャラクターごとにコストみたいなものが割り振られていまして、強いキャラは多くコストを消費して、弱いなかなか苦戦したようなキャラクターたちは少し少なめのコストになっていて、その一定のコストの上限の中でチームを組んでいくっていうような遊び方をすることができて、そうすることで一定程度バランスを取った対戦ができるような形にしています。
So on top of that, there's a point system or cost system for each character. So for example, strong characters have a higher cost, and not so strong characters has a lower cost. And as this is a team game, you can combine your team with stronger or weaker characters and have the same cost to balance the odds.
Nice. Now, obviously, games have changed a lot since the last Budokai Tenkaichi. Can you talk a little bit about how Sparking Zero has kind of modernized the old experience? What will longtime players immediately find familiar, and what's something new that might surprise them just in terms of how it plays?
前のゲームも結構前に出たんだから、その時のファンが今の新しいスパーキングゼロをゲームする時には、これは昔のようだと考えるところとか、これは新しいなという考えるところが、そこら辺はどうですか？
そうですね、おっしゃる通りシリーズ作品になっていて、それこそ前作17年前に出ているというところもあって、かなり時間が空いてしまっている。だからこそ我々としてはシリーズならではのこのアクション性、ゲーム性、バトルシステムというところは基本的には踏襲をするような形で作っています。かなり昔遊んでいただいた武道会展開地3と近い操作感で遊んでいただけるようにすごいチューニングしていますし、基本的ななんでしょう、吹っ飛ばしてから追撃をするだとか、相手の攻撃をうまくカウンター、タイミングよくボタンを押してカウンターするだとか、そういった基本的なシステムはもうこれまで通り踏襲させていただいているというのは大前提やらせていただいています。これはやっぱりシリーズ正当進化というか、シリーズの作品であるということをやっぱりお客さんに分かっていただきたいというのでそうさせていただいていますし、そこに加えてさらに 武道会展開シリーズならではというか、ドラゴンボールらしいアクションっていうのを楽しんでいただけるように、よりなんでしょう、リアルタイムの中で攻撃を食らいながらも反撃できる新しいリベンジカウンターというシステムを入れたりですとか、ちょっと中距離からでも一気に瞬間移動的に攻撃を仕掛けることのできるバニシングアサルトみたいなですね、新しいシステムもどんどん入れていくことで、よりドラゴンボールらしいアクションを自分の手で生み出せるような進化っていうのを今回遂げるような形で作らせていただいています。
So of course this is an old IP. The last game is 17 years old, so a lot of change there. But as this is a part of a series, we're very focused on making sure that the experience is the same. So we have a quite similar battle system, and whoever played the old games will be able to control it and have a similar feeling of fighting and how to attack. Like you punch him and throw him away, and then you dash to him, or like you counter timings, and so will be similar to the old games. But of course, we added a lot of new stuff to make it more Dragon Ball-y, let's say. So there are some real-time actions, like now while you're attacked, you can revenge counter. This is a new system. Or, you can like warp, or like it's Vanish Assault, we call it, like when you immediately teleport to the enemy and then can attack and stuff like that. So we increased things that we know from the Dragon Ball universe that weren't in the previous game, to make it more accessible and a better experience.
Awesome. Well, I'm dying to find out more. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is out October 11th on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Right now, though, there is lots more Gamescom Studio coming up live on IGN, so stick around.
Hello and welcome to Gamescom 2024. I am Simon Cardy with Matt Purslow for IGN, and we have seen an extended look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle gameplay, a full 15 minutes, couple of different levels, a little look around some of the mechanics, and I think so far, you'd be expecting from Machine Games something that has the essence of a bit of Riddick, a bit of Wolfenstein in there, which you're definitely getting in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. But I think the surprise we got is there's quite a bit of the Hitman games in this, not only in some of the stealth systems, but the way the levels themselves are designed.
Yeah, so as we know, kind of like Indy does disguise himself in the films to get into certain areas, and we're actually seeing a bit of that in the mechanics of the game. So there will be areas that are off limits, and you'll have to get a disguise, very much like Agent 47, and then you'll go in there, and there are actual enemies that you have to be wary of because they might be able to see through your disguise. And then as you're working through those areas, you've kind of got to do stuff that makes you seem like you're part of them. You might want to have to pour a bottle of wine in one instance to make sure that the Nazis don't think that you're anything more than a humble waiter.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of my favorite parts of the Indiana Jones film. I'm a huge fan of the films. I just love how funny they are, especially in The Last Crusade, where Indy himself disguises himself as a Nazi, mistakenly gets really close to Hitler and gets him to sign his autograph book. It's a very funny moment. Don't know if we'll get any of that quite in the game, but yeah, as you said, I like the disguise elements that we've seen so far. There's one bit where he's disguised himself as a member of the clergy in the Vatican City to sneak into areas he shouldn't be. I just love that element of it, that sneak into areas, and there's a good level of stealth to this game, which is kind of what I want, because the Uncharted games, which are obviously inspired by Tomb Raider, which in turn inspired by Indiana Jones, very gun heavy. They kind of take the more action hero approach to Nathan Drake, whereas I kind of like that this is more India's core. He's a professor, he's an archaeologist, he's not a super soldier, and we're getting that. And that's not to say that there isn't combat in this game. Outside of stealth, he does like to get himself into a fight, and I know you in particular are quite impressed by the melee system they seem to have in this game.
Yeah, so as you were saying with Uncharted is very gun heavy, and kind of like Nate has lots of different weapons that he can use. It seems like Indy's kind of doing the inverse of that, where he's got his revolver, but actually a lot of the combat seems to be fist fighting, and there's actually, it seems to be, at least what we've seen, a reasonably deep fist fighting system. So you've got your usual left and right hooks, but there's also like a dodge and parry system, and obviously you then combine that with the whip, so you can kind of like whip them from the ankle and pull them over, or you can knock their weapons out their hands, so then you can like dive in to get like your strong right hook in. And so yeah, it feels like definitely it's going to have a little bit of that Uncharted, as you say. You can't escape that because Indy is the start of that genesis. But I like that they're focusing on things that are very not like what other archaeology-style adventure games have done in the past.
No, and I also like there's a great deal of puzzle solving in this game. Like in that 15 minutes we saw, there was at least 3 or 4 different types of puzzles we saw. Of course, you're going to get like the light and mirror puzzle that you kind of see in all of these types of games. But there was also just a good amount of kind of outside of the box puzzle solving. We don't know to an extent how many different ways you can solve certain objectives in this game yet, but a key tool that Indy has is his journal and his camera. So he'll go around levels and take photographs of clues, and then that'll help him not only solve puzzles and work out ways of completing these levels, but also for everything you successfully take a photo of, you get things called adventure points, which you can then use to unlock perks. We've only seen one of those, I think, so far, but I know it was one that you were also a big fan of because it plays into the films in a very funny way.
Yeah, so there is a perk called True Grit, and this is, if you've played Borderlands and you know what the second wind sort of ability in that game is, when you go down, it allows you to come back. It's a second life, essentially. But True Grit, the way it does it, it's perfect. He drops the hat, and then you pick the hat up and put it back on your head. Hopefully it plays the music sting, and then you get your second life and you get to carry on. I think that's just a perfect way of knowing what the tropes of those films are and finding a way to turn that into gameplay. I think that's super smart.
I think they're doing a lot of things to play on your expectations and what you want to see from Indy, which is obviously going in, finding relics, like going into tombs, finding all these historical secrets, but also kind of subverting your expectations. Right at the end of the demo is a funny moment where they drop down into this tomb and you're expecting snakes, but it's actually scorpions. A fun little twist. I mean, he's not a fan of bugs either. That's more a Temple of Doom. A lot of bugs in Temple of Doom. You're expecting snakes. I'm sure there will be snakes in this game. We haven't played it yet. We don't know how it feels. I'm hopeful about it, but they really seem to have cracked the essence of Indiana Jones. And it does and I said cliche, but kind of does feel like you're playing an unofficial, almost an official film of Indiana Jones. They've got it spot on. And that includes even Troy Baker's impersonation, which, if you squint your ears, if you can do that, I don't know if that's the thing, isn't too far away from.
I think he's got it pretty well.
Yeah. One big question people have had since the start reveal of this game is first versus third person. 95% of the game is first person. I'm happy with that. That is what separates it from the likes of Uncharted and Tomb Raider, I think. Otherwise, it would be, to an extent, a bit of a copy of those games and the Hitman games. There are moments where it switches to third person. Some of those, I think, work well, like the climbing, that makes sense, this in third person, but then every whip swing you do for a second cuts to third person. That is a little jarring for me at the moment. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I find the kind of there's almost a bit of Deus Ex. If you know the modern Deus Ex games have when you go into cover, it goes into third person, which feels very natural for it. It feels like it works for the gameplay mechanics. It is obvious in this that when he does the whip crack to swing himself over a chasm, that they want to have that kind of cinematic element of Indy. But the moment is so small, it's a second, so you're going out into third person for a second and then back into first person. Whereas with the climbing, you've got a more extended period and it makes more sense of that. I hope that there's a toggle that I can switch that on and off, because quite honestly, I'd rather play the game mostly in first person. It is a game that is clearly built for first person. And I want to play most of the game that way.
Especially because the details of some of these levels, it's a beautiful looking game, and I kind of I think you can be immersed in third person games, but first person does give you that extra little boost to that, I think. And seeing some of these worlds and holding the journal up in first person, it all feels very tangible, and I like when games feel tangible. And it's another way they're really encapsulating the feel of the films. I do want to touch on the comedy of it all as well, because I do think it's going to be that's what the Hitman side of Hitman is one of the funniest games you can play, because it allows you to do funny things. And I think even in the melee combat you see funny little slaps and stuff like that, which is very funny. And also the way you can just pick up weapons from around the world, there's a shovel on the floor, pick it up, hit someone with it once, and then that weapon will shatter. So you can't overly abuse that system, but it's fun little ways you can just pick up not anything in the world, but pick up little things and just use them kind of a little bit old Valve games would with their physics engine, just kind of making weapons from the world. And I know you saw a little bit of Valve design to it. We don't want to overhype how much design work's going into this, but there is a little bit of that in there, I think.
Yeah, I think they're kind of like the providing as many possibilities within a space as possible. They did talk about how there's a lot of linear sections, but then there's a lot of kind of like, I guess you call them wider linear sections, which is where you get to make more of your own choices on how you progress through the mission. And that's where, going back to the disguise system, you have disguises that work for particular story sections, but then it seems like you get to keep those disguises, and then if you find an area that would require a similar presence, you can switch back into that. And so that combined with the these slightly more open, a bit like what Chronicles of Riddick had, where it's like, okay, you're in an area, but there's sort of 4 routes that you can see that might go through it, and then, oh, this one is, I can pick up this rolling pin and batter the Nazi with a rolling pin, but then I could maybe grab this guy's gun and fire a few rounds of that off. It's got a bit of that. It's not an immersive sim game in the way that kind of things like what Arcane and Ironstorm back in the day made, but it's got that freedom, which reminds me a little bit of Valve. Valve was always kind of hot on, you're in first person, as long as you can do things around with the environment, you'll find a solution. I'm hoping that's what it's going to get from. That's what it was suggested from what I was seeing.
I'm very excited for this game. I was already very excited for this game as a huge Indiana Jones fan. I'm just glad now we've seen an extended bit of gameplay that there is a lot more to it than I thought. I thought we maybe I was just getting a first-person Uncharted, but I like these stealth elements, the disguise elements. A lot more deeper systems than I thought maybe this game would have. And yeah, I can't wait to see more, really. Yeah, fantastic.
Diablo IV was one of last year's most addictive games, and if you thought you were done, they're about to pull you right back in. Here to tell us about the upcoming Vessel of Hatred expansion, I'm joined by Brett Gibson, Game Director, and Tiffany K. Watt, Production Director. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Let's talk about Vessel of Hatred, coming to Diablo IV October 8th, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And I believe at the show here at Gamescom, you're showing a new trailer for the Pale Hand Mercenaries.
Yes.
What do we need to know about this crew?
Oh my God. First off, we wanted to find a way to allow players that play specific classes to round out their builds with certain powers that you might not actually have in that class specifically. And so, like, for example, if you're playing a Sork, you might want to have something a little more tanky as a part of your kit. And so Mercenaries is a really great way of being to hire and bring followers along that fit those gaps.
Yeah, there's a few reasons I love Mercenaries. I mean, I've been playing Diablo for a long time. Diablo 2 always had a mercenary with me, obviously, in Diablo 3. So really, really excited to bring this feature to Diablo 4. I'm personally a little scared when I go down into the dungeons, so having a friend with me makes it a little bit friendlier. And like Brent was saying, being able to customize your playstyle, and no matter what build you have, whatever class you're playing, there's going to be a mercenary that you can customize to really, I think, enhance what you're doing, and being able to switch them on the fly, and it just all the features that it brings to the table is really exciting.
So I believe there are 4 mercenaries. I have the names here. Let's see what I can do. Rahir, the shield bearer. Sly Aldkin, the cursed child.
Yes.
Variana, the berserker crone, and Subo, the bounty hunter.
Yeah.
And I believe you encounter them as you complete quests in Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah.
Is it a specific order, or can you find them on your own, or how does that work?
You can find them on your own. You're going to find one during the campaign.
Okay.
But the really special thing about this is that we just didn't put them into the game. We actually wanted to build them out as characters. So they all have their own side quests that really lean into their human story, which we won't spoil anything here today. But they're wonderful human stories for each individual one. And the character development in Diablo IV, I think, is super top notch, and I'm really excited to see it in this feature.
Yeah, it's awesome that we can continue to bring the world of Sanctuary alive through these characters. And as you're acquiring them, as you're playing through the game, is learning more about them and their backgrounds, and bringing that little bit of role playing into your gameplay.
You'll just have one of them with you at a time? You're not rolling with the whole squad?
There's a couple different ways that you can bring them in. One, if you're playing by yourself, you can bring them in as a follower, so they'll be running around the world with you. But we also have a reinforcements feature, which is no matter how many people you have in your party, you can assign them to come in and use their special powers under certain conditions that you define. And so you might be in the middle of combat and say that, on basic, have Rahir come in and throw up his power, however you've spec'd him in that moment, which is really cool because you can essentially always have them with you, even if they're not on screen.
I was just going to add, I think that's just to enhance on what Brent was saying, being able to trigger the reinforcements to key actions that are happening during gameplay. You can be a little bit more passive with it, like Brent mentioned, if you wanted to attach it to your basic attack. But you can also attach it to like, hey, I just took a lot of damage. Now I want Rahir to come in and actually put up his shield for me. I think that's where the customization of the gameplay is really, really amazing.
Yeah. You mentioned the campaign. Can you sort of set up where the story is going in this expansion?
Yeah, it's the story of hatred is a longer story that we want to tell. And so when you left off in the base game, you defeated Lilith, and Narel had Mephisto and the Soul Stone. So this is really the next chapter of that. We're picking right up where we left off, and you're going to figure out what the fate of that Soul Stone actually is.
A new region, Nantu?
Yep.
Is that right? What has sort of that allowed you to bring into Diablo IV that wasn't there before?
Oh man, all sorts of stuff. I mean, you've got this dark gothic setting with the base game, and to be able to come in and bring something as fresh as the jungle is pretty amazing. And even though it's brand new to Diablo IV, there's a lot of nostalgia built in as well. And so for fans that have been around since Diablo II, we're going back to a region that we touched on lightly. But now we get to dive deeper in with the open world. We got a lot more opportunity to build out that space.
We also get to bring new amazing monster families to the game. So we have the Hollows, the Dregs, and a fan favorite, the Lacunae. So that's really, really exciting. I think finding new monsters and just defeating them is a core part of the fantasy of Diablo IV. So I can't wait to see what people's reactions are to the families.
So there's a new class, Spiritborn. Any tips or tricks for people who are going to be jumping into this new class?
Oh man, this is the most experimentation that you're going to see in any class. I actually think it comes down to playstyle preference. So the tips and tricks are really based on what style you prefer. I'm a Jaguar player. I really like. We were talking about this earlier. I got the coin in my pocket. Where I like the fast-paced speed. I like being able to cover a lot of ground. But pairing it with something like Centipede is really fantastic because not only are you covering a lot of the ground, but you're also leaving that damage out into the field at the same time. So I just encourage people to get in and see all the emergent experimentation that they can get with the class and come up with things that even we haven't talked about.
Yeah, it's really great that I think that maybe the key of this expansion is being able to customize your playstyle, and the class in itself just caters to so many different playstyles. It's kind of gross to think that I would say I'm a Centipede player because I do not like centipedes, but I am a Centipede player, so I like the poisons that they bring, the damage over time playstyle, and Brent is telling me I need to add some Jaguar into that. So
we had a long debate this morning. Yeah.
There's a new co-op dungeon. What specific challenges does it pose that has to be tackled in co-op? You can't do this alone.
Oh man, we talked about this a lot. There's a lot of things that are going in on that, and I feel like the cooperative mechanics that we put into place need to be discovered, because part of the challenge is that we're not going to be overly forward with what those are. So it's just know that you need to go in with somebody that you trust. Know that you need to communicate, but the game is set up in a way where it's not required. But the experience is quite fantastic because it's at the core, it's still Diablo combat, right? But the mechanics that are coming up really are you have to be on point with that combat, be a good player, and try to coordinate at the same time. It's a blast in the playtests.
Yeah, you got to jump into Dark Citadel with 2 to 4 players. But if you don't have any friends that are online at the moment, you can always use our new Party Finder feature, which isn't just limited to the Dark Citadel. You can use that feature to find parties for any of the content. But I think that's an exciting new social feature that we're bringing to the table as well.
Very cool. Diablo IV, it's been out for over a year now. It's awesome to see you guys still supporting it. We're excited to jump in. Vessel of Hatred in October. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Diablo 4's Vessel of Hatred expansion is out October 8th for Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, but right now there's more Gamescom Studio coming up right here on IGN.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
You're watching IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2024. Next year, we're getting to journey into the Forbidden Lands to meet new and old monsters in the wild. See what I did there? Today, I'm joined by Rozo Sujimoto, producer, Yuya Tokura, the director of Monster Hunter Wilds, and Patrick Shields, our wonderful translator. Hello.
Hi.
So, first of all, I have to thank you for letting us bring 2 weapons on a hunt. So, I do have to ask, though, how will this work with the guild cards?
今回武器2つ持っていけると思うんですけど、ギルドカードに登録するのはまた2つに増やすことなんでしょうか。
そうですね。ギルドカードというもの自体がちょっと今回いろいろ形式を変えてたりしますので、またそのあたりは、追加の情報をお待ちいただければと思います。
Whether or not you have something exactly like the guild cards from previous titles is something we'll talk about a little bit down the road. But I'm sure you'll be happy with what we've done. Let's just say that.
Yeah, that makes me happy. There's more to talk about. Lots of secrets for us to discover. That makes me happy. So then let's go back to the weapons. I'm so curious if there were any weapons that were least used that you really want people to play and try out this game.
これまでの作品で使われている率が低かった武器で今回強調したかった武器とか使ってほしい武器などあったのでしょうか。
一つは狩猟笛については、今までちょっとダメージがどうしても出しきれなくてサポート武器という立ち位置がすごく強かったんですけど、今回はうまい立ち回っていくとダメージが出せるような設計になってますので、ぜひ一回手に取ってみてもらいたいなとは考えてます。
The hunting horn, as you'll know, is a weapon which is great for support buffs, but perhaps in previous games it was a little hard to do decent damage output compared to the other hunters in your party. So for Monster Hunter Wilds, I focused on making sure that if you're pulling off the right moves and combos, hunting horn users can also be right up there in the damage output with their friends.
I'm going to say I could not get a handle on the hunting horn. I was awful with it. So I was the worst support player. So what's something that you took from Monster Hunter Worlds and Monster Hunter Rise into Wilds?
ワールドまたはライズの経験から生かして今回のワイルズに実装しているとか、ここは変えてみました、追加しましたのような要素があれば教えてください。
細かいところはあれですけど、これは正直ワールドワイルズに関わらず、今までの作ってきたモンスターハンターのやっぱり経験であったりとか、ノウハウであったりとかっていうのはすごくやっぱりこのワイルズでももちろん生きてるところもいっぱいありますし、それを踏まえて今回、入れたシステムであったりとかも仕様であったりとかってももちろんたくさんあります。
not just Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, we've actually looked further back through the whole series history and just taking a look at how our approach was on each title and what we learned from them and how the players reacted to them. And I think in Monster Hunter Wilds, we've really taken these many, many years of experience and finally been able to put it into the ultimate Monster Hunter game.
一つ言うと例えばセクレトとかっていうところで言うとやっぱり今まで結構、フィールドが広くなっていく分には、やっぱり、アクションの幅も広がって、ワクワクするっていいんですけどその分やっぱり迷いやすいとかっていう欠点があったりとか移動までに時間がかかったりとかっていう、欠点もあったんですけど、そういうのはセクレトがある程度オートで行きたいところまで行ってくれたりとかする手助けのサポートにもなるので、そこら辺は一つの例として今までの経験が生きている要素ではないかなとは思います。
One example is that as the series has progressed, the maps have gotten bigger and bigger, and that has meant it's been easier to get lost on your way to finding the monster. So bearing that in mind, we've added the new Sacred mount, which you're able to not only get on and move faster, but it can also automatically run you towards the monster and then get you straight there in one piece. So that's one of the things we've learned from past player feedback that we've tried to improve in the new title.
That's amazing. So I can go get a drink of water and just have my mount be progressing me towards that. So with Sacred, actually, I'm curious. I know we were able to sharpen our weapons on it, but are we also allowed to do some combat, especially for a bow user?
セクレトに乗りながら研ぎ石使えたりすると思うんですけど、アタックもできるんですか？特に、弓などのユーザーは有利そうですけど。
そうですね、全ての武器がセクレトに乗った状態から攻撃することができます。ただ攻撃の種類自体は限られていますので、本当に時間的な効率っていうのを求めるならばやはり地上に降りていただいてアクションしていただく形が望ましくはあります。
All 14 weapons support attacking while mounted on the Sacred, not just the ranged weapons. That said, I'd call it an option that's added for when you have a chance to attack the monster on your Sacred, but in terms of, DPS as it were, I'd recommend getting off the Sacred and getting into the battle proper, but it's there if you want to use it, and there's a limited number of actions you can use.
Okay, that's actually amazing. I mean, I'll take the tips from the pro, so I won't just ride them out and be scared. So we do see that monsters are going to be able to kind of form a herd and attack you. This sounds terrifying. Why did you decide to implement this into this game?
モンスターが群れて攻撃してくるようなシーンがあったんですけど、個人的にはすごく怖いと言いますか、なぜこういう要素を入れようと思ったんですか？
今回人間も含めたモンスターハンターの世界というのを描こうと思ってまして、そのためには少しその人間に対しても攻撃的だったり怖い部分っていうのもモンスターにはありますので、そういうところを強調するためには群れみたいな表現っていうのが、今回の技術を生かした形として望ましいなと思ったので今回採用しています。
We're always trying to depict a realistic ecosystem, and that means not just how the monsters or creatures in the environment behave, but how they react to people. And just as in the real world, some creatures will form packs or herds, and they might be aggressive towards humans who come towards them, or they might be scared of them and run away in a herd. So given that the technology now allows us to display so many more monsters on screen at the same time, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to implement this feature.
So if we give the monsters some food, is that something that could possibly make them, we could befriend them?
群れのモンスターに餌を与えて友達になったりすることは分離合いはできるんですか？
毒の肉を食べさせることはできます。
The only thing you can feed them is poisoned meat, as you.
Oh, that's not very.
So they're probably not going to be your friends afterwards.
Okay, yeah, probably not. Well, they wouldn't be alive to really think of that. So, what are the new monsters that you're very excited for players to come across?
今回、新モンスターについてこのモンスターはユーザーに注目してほしいというものは限られている中からと思うんですけど、
まだ本当に一部しか公開してませんので、これから先出ていくモンスターは本当にさらに魅力的なものがたくさんありますが、昨日の PV でもたくさん流れてきた、レダウという砂原での一番頂点に立っているモンスターは非常にビジュアル的にも、かっこよくてですね、しかるべき強さも秘めてますので、今回試作のデモ版でもプレイいただける形になってますので、なんか見ていただけたら嬉しいなとは思ってます。
Needless to say, we've only revealed a few monsters so far, so I can't really talk about monsters we haven't gotten to yet. But of the ones that we've been able to talk about thus far, Retold is really exciting. You will have seen it in the trailer that we released yesterday. It's the top of the food chain. It's the apex predator of the Windward Plains, the desert area. And not only visually, but in terms of mechanics, it's a really thrilling hunt. So I can't wait for players to get their hands on it. And if you're coming to Gamescom and you're able to play our demo on our booth, that's one of the monsters you can encounter.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll stop asking questions that you can't answer, but I do have one for both of you since we are coming up to our last and final question. I want it to be a little bit fun. I love palicos. I think they are the most adorable things ever. I wish they were real. Do you have palicos of your own at home, aka cats?
オトモアイルが大好きなんで猫が好きなんですけど、猫飼ってたりしますか、2人個人で。
僕は犬です。
僕はトカゲです。
Tsujimura-san has got a dog at home, and Tokura-san has actually got pet lizards.
Oh, okay. So I see where we're getting the inspirations for Monster Hunter from. I see. Thank you so much. This has been an absolute pleasure. I will definitely swing by your booth to play. Thank you so much for speaking with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to watch us and this special Monster Hunter segment. Monster Hunter Wilds will be releasing in 2025 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. Stick around for more Gamescom 2024 right here on IGN.
Copa City is a football tycoon game where you transform an entire city to get it prepped to host world-class football events. Copa City features 3 meticulously crafted maps based on real cities like Warsaw and Berlin, and includes 6 world-class football clubs like Flamengo, Arsenal FC, and FC Bayern Munich. Here's an exclusive first look at alpha gameplay.
Football. Every time before the ball is set in motion on the pitch, it's the culmination of hard work. To captivate the fans, to ensure everyone's safety, to meet every need, and to ignite the city's fiesta for the game. Sometimes it requires making tough decisions with lasting consequences. To elevate your football event to a global stage, to bring the best players and clubs to your city, to make your game happen in Copa City.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You never forget your first drop.
Reinforcements inbound. Hang tight, demons.
From the moment those doors open up, everything changes.
Let's go, troopers! Move up!
And let me tell you, when it hits the fan,
Buds incoming!
it ain't the Federation you're thinking of. It's those who stand together.
Extraction inbound.
Those who fall. And those who stay behind. So we can fight another day.
Get to the dropship, troopers!
This is why we fight.
You know what to do. Extraction complete. Third wave ready, Command.
Later this year, you can finally do your part to make the galaxy safe by battling the bug menace in Starship Troopers Extermination. If you'd like to know more, you're in luck because I'm joined by the legendary Johnny Rico himself, Casper Van Dien, and Gareth Woods from Offworld Industries. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming by. I see you brought some backup here.
Some friends of ours.
Yeah, I always travel with them.
I love it. It's. I feel incredibly safe. This is wonderful. Now we also brought something very cool, which is a brand new trailer. We just got to look at that. I was thinking we could maybe just throw it on again and maybe pause periodically, pull out some details, call out some cool stuff in there. So, yeah, let's take a look.
All right.
So here, these are Starship Troopers. Is that correct?
Yep. These are these people, right here. There's a drop ship coming out of here. I love the face mask that they've added in Starship Troopers Extermination. We didn't have that in the original, but we had coming out like this. That's a plasma bug, right?
Yeah. Let's kind of talk about that. There's some new bugs in the game.
Yeah, we wanted to show off some of the bugs that I guess people have seen already in the early access, but I think the big reveal was obviously the tanker bug, which I suppose we've teased. People knew it was coming. It's in the movie, and that's always been a thing we've tried to push throughout development of the game, is that you're going to get to live action role play the movie. And so if it's in the movie, we want to put it in the game. And so the tanker bug reveal was obviously a big one.
That was
tigers we've seen before.
The tiger bugs are huge.
But obviously the big reveal now when the tanker bug unearths from the ground, the music's at a great crescendo. You really start getting the goose flesh. And obviously part of Extermination is extracting safely, but sometimes someone has to stand behind and defend the base.
Oh boy.
And with the nuke, which obviously very impressive.
Good way of handling that.
100%.
Is that the Watkins trigger?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, but with a nuke attached to it.
Yeah, with the nuke. Yeah. Well, he held the nuke. That was the Watkins thing. He held his, when I said to him, what are you trying to do? Kill? And he goes, I'm just trying to kill some bugs. That's Seth Gilliam, who was in The Walking Dead. They named it after him. These people are, Offworld is so incredible. They take the time to look at all the details, and they would add these little things that people would know that watch the movie.
Yeah.
Or go back and watch it.
Yeah, basically kind of cram in as many Easter eggs as possible for the fan service.
I was overwhelmed with them.
Casper, I think you were saying this back at IGN Live, but like, you recorded more lines for this game than for like all the movies. Is that?
I did.
That's wild.
It was so much fun. We were in there, and they'd throw something else at me, and then I'd go, "Hey, what if we did this?" So we played when we were in there, and that was so fun for me to have people they're like, "Oh, I got an idea," and they go, "Casper, that was great, but why don't you try this?" And then I'd be like, "Oh my God, that's even better." And then I'd throw something else, and I'm like, "Oh no, that was perfect." So we had so many different things that we added. So there were so many levels, but they already come up with the dialogue. It was so incredible. It reminded me of just like what Ed Neumeyer wrote, who wrote Starship Troopers.
And you're sort of playing like the general. You're like just commanding everybody, you're bossing everybody around, and then the actual.
You get your orders, and the narrative is delivered through Casper and other voice actors. But essentially, you play a trooper, and you've got your NPC kind of characters that join you. They've all got their own backstories. They've got their own kind of personalities. And you essentially go through these series of missions for what is Chapter 1, which will be available at launch. We are then periodically throughout the ongoing live service going to be delivering more chapters. Chapter 2 has already been recorded with Casper, but we'll be able to continue the story through more free DLC that comes out later.
Cool, and it's also like 16-player co-op.
No, that is a single player, but 4-player squad.
Okay. Gotcha.
You're an elite special operations group that are, Casper, the general, has kind of commanded you and cherry-picked you as the best of the best to go out and deliver these special missions.
Cool. Now, so this has also been in early access for quite a while.
Yeah, since May of last year.
Yeah, which is awesome. And obviously, like you've got some extremely active Starship Troopers fans around. Some of them just hanging out on stage with us. What's some of the feedback you've gotten from early access, and what's the community brought to the table?
Yeah, I think people have really appreciated our obvious love of the franchise and wanting to put as much of what you see in the movie into the game. I think the particularly unique selling points of the game have obviously been the 16-player element. I think horde shooters, it's a super popular genre, but no one's doing that kind of 16-player element. I think other games always treat you as the hero. You very much can make a difference by yourself, but with 16 players, you have to team up, you have to work together, and so the unique roles that you play in that squad, and take it from our studio's experience with Squad, our other game, which is a 100-player game, we've really tried to elevate that element of teamwork and coordination.
It's a lot of fun. What they do is they even benefit. You get perks if you help other people, if you're trying to help other troopers out. I mean, they've been very thoughtful in this, and it's incredible. I go out and I play all the time.
Yeah, you've been streaming the game yourself,
I've been streaming it and also just going out and steaming it by myself, just going out, and I go as General J. Rico, and people are like, "Wait a minute, you sound like the guy from the movie," and I go, "I am," and they're like, "No way!"
Yeah, great for random players to just. I recognize that voice from somewhere.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah. Now, Casper, I got to ask, there's a lot of bugs in the game. Do you have a particular favorite in the game, or just the general Starship Troopers?
Of course, I love killing the warrior bugs. I love that new Tiger warrior bug, and the tanker bug has always been my nemesis. So that's been my thing. So I am so excited that this has been revealed. I've been wanting to talk about it. I've been wanting to see it, and I've been wanting to play it. And you can get on top of this bug, and you can blow it up.
You do the grenade thing?
Yeah, you can climb on it. Yeah, that's
shoot it.
It's weak point. Yeah,
and more than one person can. Yeah. But I also love that they have carnage, so that the bugs start piling up here and they don't disappear. You have to deal with the carnage as it comes. It's incredible. So the bugs pile up and they can crawl over and get in, but you can also crawl up on them. You can blow them up. You can go through them. I mean, it's incredible. And you go away and you come back. All those bodies are still there. They don't disappear when you kill them.
That is disgusting. That's just awful. I love it. I'm very into it. I guess I'm just sort of. Can you give us an idea where we're at with a single player story? Like what's at stake? Where does this fall in the general canon? Can you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to reveal too much because obviously it is a narrative and kind of spoiler territory if I give too much. But essentially, General Rico, who's now a general again, and he's got a kind of antagonistic relationship with the rest of command. But essentially, he's picked you and your fellow troopers to kind of deliver some secret, not so secret missions that. I feel like I'm walking to spoiler territory.
Great. You do this so that you can move up in the game. It also gives you. It's incredible. I haven't seen it yet. I've only done the voice for it. I've heard what they've said. I'm gonna go take a look at it today.
Yeah, but it's important to allow people to have their troopers experience by themselves if they want. But also, I think for a lot of people to get them ready for multiplayer, which can be intimidating. Mm-hmm. I think for a lot of people, they want to play the single player. They want to feel like they can do their part and not, be the sore thumb that sticks out.
Do their part. I see what you did there.
Yeah, you like that. I see what you're picking up what I'm dropping down. Yeah.
How chaotic does it get when you've got 16 people just running around? Is it just...
I think that's the thing when you first start. It is literally like herding cats kind of thing. But towards the end, I mean, especially when you get to the higher difficulties, everyone kind of knows what to do. They know their part. They know the engineers, whatever role you're doing, everyone knows what the medics do, the snipers do, what the engineers do.
Yeah, we were just talking about this because I've been playing. I've been going out just playing, and I'm like a newbie again. So I'm like totally a noob, which is incredible because I was an OG in the old days, but now I'm a noob again. But I've been playing, and when I'm playing, sometimes you get, you have to have your medic, you have to have engineers, you have to have a ranger, you have to have a sniper, you have to have all the different people. If you get a whole team together and they all work together, cohesiveness, you can be successful. I had an incredible game I played with all these random people, and we were just playing. Like, I can't believe you're here. And I just went in with these people that knew what they were doing. The engineers built an incredible base. They had all these things. You get all the material you need to get to build and get your weapons and get everything up. And then you go out and you kill the bugs, the hordes come, you kill them, and then you have to get extracted. It's incredible.
Victory. I love it. Everybody's got to do their part. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks for having us again.
Thank you for just providing backup. I love it. You can check out Starship Troopers Extermination right now by enlisting for Steam Early Access, and the full version will mobilize on PC and new-gen consoles October 11th.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
What's up, everybody? We are here at the IGN store, which is right next to the Gamescom Studio booth in Hall 7 at Gamescom. So if you are here in person, come check it out. You will find a bunch of really cool merch that is exclusive to the IGN store. A bunch of t-shirts, hoodies, pins based on your favorite video games. We've got an exclusive Fallout Brotherhood of Steel pin set, which you won't find anywhere else. But if you aren't at Gamescom, you can also go to store.ign.com to grab a bunch of very cool merch and collectibles and stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you're more interested in what we have to show you, we've got the World of Warcraft expansion coming up next. Then we've got Marvel Rivals, Avowed, Civ 7, and so much more, so stick around.
World of Warcraft has its 10th expansion pack coming very soon on August the 26th this year, and Azeroth is yet again in danger from a new dark force. Joining us today to talk about the war within are Associate Design Director Maria Hamilton and Associate Art Director Tina Wang from Blizzard. Welcome, folks. Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
Thanks for joining us.
Great, thanks for having us.
So it's the 10th expansion, 20 years of World of Warcraft. How do you approach finding new stories, fresh storytelling this far in, and how do you approach raising the stakes?
Well, I think that we have had, as you said, 10 expansions, and along the way we've left hints and clues and little hooks that remain that we can then pick up later and continue. And that was our goal, actually, with this 20th anniversary World Soul Saga, is to start pulling some of those threads back together. And so it's going to feel pretty nostalgic for some folks because we have a lot of interesting things. Quite famously, there's a giant sword in the desert in Silithus. So it's not too hard, actually. There's lots of cool ideas. It's a deep mythology, and so we're able to easily find new stories to tell. But this one is a real culmination of a lot of threads.
Is it challenging to find new stakes, new world-threatening things, or is the lore so rich that there's just hooks everywhere?
Yeah, no, there's hooks everywhere, and we've had this whole story about Azeroth the whole time. I mean, Azeroth is in many ways our main character. The world is the main character here. I mean, yes, the players obviously are, but it's all in service to our world. So it's pretty easy to always find another problem that's come up, and in this case, it's pretty epic. I mean, it's really enough story that we need to tell it in three expansions.
You're never short of world-threatening dangers.
No.
Speaking of the world, CEST is the new subterranean region. What led you to that decision? What solidified your decision to go subterranean? Why underground?
Well, one of the key reasons was the narrative really led us in that direction, right? The world soul of Azeroth, the stabbing of the world. And so this was a location where we felt that there were many cultures and stories that we truly wanted to explore. For instance, Maria was mentioning, the threads of what we've laid in the past. And in terms of inspiration, one of the pieces that the art team takes plenty of inspiration from is what we've seen historically. For instance, in our expansion, Wrath of the Lich King, we saw, we saw hints of the Nerubian Empire, but for the War Within, we thought, how amazing would it be to show them in all their glory? Oh, excellent timing.
What can you tell us about the new playable race, the Earthen? They look really incredible. They're different. They're a neutral race. You can play them as Horde or Alliance. So how's that going to be?
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Earthen is they have been isolated from the rest of sort of civilization for a terribly long time. And they were created, in fact, to take on specific tasks. They're in three different sort of categories. There's the machine speakers that were responsible for taking care of the great machinery that sort of powers everything under CEST, and probably more of the world than we know. There's the Oathbound, who are protecting the core way, which allows you to go down to sort of the center of our world. And then there's the Unbound, who are the ones that have sort of begun to doubt, because it's been a long time they've been here. The Titans gave them these edicts to sort of drive their need to do these things. But they haven't seen the Titans in a very long time, and they're beginning to question and wonder. So that makes them very interesting. And then just in terms of how they look, there's still that rocky, crystalline, gem-studded sort of look, which is really cool for customization. Tina knows a lot more about that part though than I do.
And they eat gems instead of food.
There's definitely hints of their culture that we make unique to them, right? They're made of rock, so they don't burn. They, might remineralize in these little pools, so it's really fun.
Okay, I'd like to touch really quickly on quality of life improvements. Can you tell us about warbands and how that's going to make everyone's lives easier, maybe?
Yeah, something that we really have been leaning into this expansion is really meeting the players where they're at and seeing how they're playing the game. So now we see so many players play multiple characters. They have alts, and we're really made this huge, engineering effort to make it so that the way that they play for all their different characters combines together in a way that we're calling the warband. In terms of their achievements, there's a shared warband bank, and we think this will be a huge quality of life improvement for everyone.
Okay, and racing ahead, because we're so short of time, I want to talk about delves. Now these are like mini dungeons, and you can take any kind of like party, or you can play them solo. It doesn't matter what group of classes you've got with you. How is that going to work? Like, what's the difficulty pitched at for those?
Yeah, we're so excited because delves are, again, meeting the players where they're at.
Okay.
There's definitely this flexible group situation, right? So there's a different scaling difficulty. So you could choose different levels depending on the level of challenge that you want, and you could go in either solo or with up to 4 friends. And so this will be a way for a lot of players who historically have been, underserved with endgame progression to get their opportunity to feel like they're able to constantly progress week by week.
And they're super short, like what, 10, 15 minutes?
I think that's one of the key parts, is that we were trying to think of our players that don't have a big block of time to play, but they want to jump in the game. Maybe the baby's taking a nap and they're like, oh, I have half an hour. I'm gonna go run a couple delves. And then this gives them an opportunity too. Our Great Vault now has a row on it for doing these outdoor activities that then rewards very good quality gear. So those folks that just can't, get together with 40 of their friends, can just pop in and have this fun, and then get back to what they need to do, what life, is sort of requiring of them.
Like maybe 20 years ago when you started playing, you had all the time for raids, and now you've got 15 minutes of an evening to do a delve.
Yep.
All right, well, let's talk about raids, though. For the people who are raiding, can we talk about the major raid? It's called Nerebar, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will find out through the course of our main story questing about a little bit of a struggle. We've seen a video that we've put out that shows how Queen Ansarak came to power. And this is where this is her palace, and we're going to need to go in there and attempt to defeat her. So it's a very exciting raid. It's in that classic Nerubian architecture. For people that are terrified of spiders, of which there are many, we have the option to turn on our arachnophobia mode, which turns spiders visually for you into crabs. But the queen doesn't change. The queen will always be the queen.
Okay, if you can handle just like one big spider,
yeah.
you're going to be okay.
Yes.
Unless you're afraid of crabs. In which case,
stick with the spiders.
She was very difficult to truly mistake for a spider. So we thought
Was the arachnophobia mode like based on like community feedback?
It was a mix there. So even our internal developers, back when we made our original Rubians, there were a lot fewer polygons than, maybe. But now the art team creates models with such high fidelity that we thought, well, we have a lot of, crab or crab-like things in the games. We think that this is a very simple way for us to help players feel more comfortable in the world, should they choose.
Okay, final question. Who is your favorite boss in the dungeon, in the raid?
Ooh, okay, so the queen is pretty awesome, but there is this one Nerubian flyer boss who I really like him because he also shows up in one of our dungeons, but you don't really defeat him, but then in the raid he shows back up, so there's that continuity there.
Familiarity.
Yes, exactly, and there's these awesome platforms, so there's some really cool stuff going on in that fight.
All right, Maria, do you have a favorite?
I love Queen Ansarak. I think it is the most amazing fight. I'm really looking forward to having people get in there and get going, and just can't wait to see how that plays out.
Amazing, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, World of Warcraft, The War Within is out August 26th for PC and Mac. That's less than a week away, but if you need something to help pass the time until then, don't worry, there's lots more Gamescom Studio coming up right here on IGN, so stick around.
From the creators of PUBG Battlegrounds, Dark and Darker Mobile is a brand new mobile game from the developers over at Krafton. Pioneering a new genre called Extraction RPG, Dark and Darker Mobile incorporates dungeon crawler elements, a battle royale mode, and a medieval low fantasy RPG experience. If that sounds right up your alley, well, then you're in luck. Dark and Darker Mobile global registration is available now and is playable not just on iOS and Android mobile devices, but also on PC via Google Play Games. Check out a sneak preview of the game in this brand new teaser trailer. Enjoy.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Superheroes are supposed to fight supervillains, but as anyone who reads comics can tell you, a lot of the time they also fight each other. So it was a matter of time before we got a superhero shooter that pits iconic heroes against each other. Here to tell us about Marvel rivals, we've got Zhiyong Feng, Danny Ku from Marvel Games, and Liu Dingchen, who will be translating. Hello.
Hi. Hello. How are you?
Good. So we saw another two characters being introduced that I know a lot of people are really excited for. We've got Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Can you tell us how they'll play, what their kit looks like?
Wanna go?
OK，美国队长呢，我们在设计的时候呢，首先就是会考虑他就是 I can do this all day。基于此呢，我们去设计了他很高的一个机动能力，方便他在敌人的战场和队友的战场中间就是来回穿梭，again and again。然后其次呢，我们围绕着它的盾牌展开了丰富的一个设计。然后比如说，它可以去反弹钢铁侠的大招、格鲁特的大招，这些非常有意思的一些点。然后最后呢，就是他的大招会展现他的一个领导气概，去带领他的队友去冲向敌人，然后赢得这一场的游戏。
All right. So basically, when we're talking about Captain American, we have the core concept of I can do this all day. So we give Captain America very high mobility, so he can run into the battlefield and then come back for to his ally for more supplement. And for the design of his shield, he can reflect projectiles or even the ultimate from Iron Man. Yeah, that is awesome. And also, and also in Captain America's ultimate can show his leadership that to charge with the entire team to the battlefield.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so then that brings me to the question of how will the synergies work with the team-ups with Captain America? I'm assuming Captain America and Winter Soldier will have a team-up.
No, they're actually rivals in this game.
So, okay, never mind.
As you can see at the trailer, Captain America say, "Hey, Bucky, stop it." And he's like, no. Right? Hence, they don't have a team-up. But Captain America going to have a synergy with Thor. Thor blasts his electrical property on Captain America's shield, and where he can electrify his attack, basically.
Okay.
And then for Winter Soldier, he does have a team up with Rocket So Rocket will supply him infinite ammo for a short duration of time, and he can do whatever he needs to do on the battlefield.
Wow, yeah, okay, that's amazing. I love that they're divided. People are gonna love that.
Oh, yeah.
So with new players and new characters, I wanted to ask, since the release is this year, when new characters do come out in each season, will players have to purchase those characters, or will they be released for free?
So we announced that all heroes are unlocked from the beginning. So it's free, just jump in, pick your favorite heroes and play, and that goes beyond as well. Yeah. So new heroes get added, you just play from the get-go.
Okay, wow, yeah, so with the Battle Pass system, I think a lot of people are curious because it did change a little bit from the beta. Can you go into detail as to how the structure is going to look? Will there be dailies and repeatables that will give you XP?
We did some testing during alpha, beta, and there's some response, a positive response on the Battle Pass, and I think we're going to expand that to allow more activities for the players. Please look forward to it. We will show a roadmap as we go closer to the launch date.
Yeah, so speaking of feedback from the beta, what was the biggest piece of feedback you got from the players? Because we did see that balancing was kind of an issue, especially with the season bonuses that some players could get, like Venom getting 150 health. So what was the biggest piece of feedback that will be implemented for launch?
So actually, the biggest piece of feedback coming out from beta is when is the next beta? That's the actual biggest one. As to game balancing in the nature of game development, we work with the community to kind of listen, like what they think is overpowered, what they think is underpowered, and we'll take that, working with the design team to kind of figure out via data and maintaining the fun, but balancing the game for the player. So we make this game for the players, and they tell us what they want to play.
Yeah, so you make it for the players, but I feel like also, if you have a favorite superhero, you kind of make it for yourself, right? So is your favorite heroine in this game, and if not, who's your favorite hero and who do you want to put into the game?
Really?
对于我们来说，我们所有的英雄，我们每一个人都非常的热爱。对于开发者团队来讲，因为我们就是需要确保每一个英雄它都是足够独特且有意思的，这样子玩家在游玩这个英雄的时候，才能觉得我真正在扮演这个英雄。所以说，对我们来讲，也许私下玩的时候会有一些特别喜欢的英雄，但是你如果问我 What's my favorite? I'm going to tell you everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just as he said, for the team, we like every hero, and we just want to make every hero has its own unique point, and also making players feel like they are truly embodying the character is our top priority.
Yeah, at Marvel, we work with the NetEase Games team very closely. So about 70 to 75% of all those greatest hit of heroes that you might know from the movies, the TV shows, or the comics. And we throw some curveball in it for like 20% of them, and deep cut from over 85 years of Marvel history that we can pick from.
But which one's your favorite hero?
My favorite's already in there.
Oh, really?
I co-created Luna Snow for Marvel back in 2019. So.
Wow, yeah, see, I didn't know that Jeff the Landshark was going to be my favorite, but he absolutely is.
Adorable.
I love so much that his sound design, he sings the little song as he goes into he moves towards you.
Yes, yes, it was great working with the voice actor as well on this, bringing Jeff from the comics to life in this 3D environment. I think the NetEase Games did a fantastic job interpret how a land shark that acts like a dog works in a battlefield, which is fantastic to see.
Okay, I have to ask, just because he's my favorite character, and I do play support quite often. Do we know what kind of skins he's going to get? Like, is he going to get one of those Kigurumi suits with the little dog ears? That'd be really cute.
I can say it's going to be very cute, for sure. Basically, Jeff can basically wear anything he wants and look cute.
Yeah.
It's a little adorable land puppy.
Yeah.
Like he's
true.
a shark. Yeah.
So the last question, what are you the most excited for players to get their hands on with the full release?
翻译
啊，对，
是你期待那个玩家们在上线的时候会看什么？
我们希望就是首先可以肯定啊，我们上线的时候还会有比 CBT 更多的内容，包括英雄，包括地图，所以我们希望在玩家上线的时候可以体会到就是大吃一惊，就我们有很多的新英雄可以体验，同时呢就是还有一些新加入的协同，这些东西都可以带来非常不一样的漫威的体验，而且是独属于漫威争锋的一个体验，我们就非常希望玩家能够感受到这一点。
Okay, so when the game released, there will be more new heroes and maps, and we will definitely surprise the players, and there will be more team-up skills. And also, we want to make sure that to offer this exclusive Marvel Rivals experience to the players.
I'm just looking forward to players making new friends and rivals, frenemies on this. We have a very strong community, and they make new friends every day through playing these games, and I look forward to that.
I was going to say, a lot of my friends that I played with, we are now enemies. So there's that whole experience. But thank you so much for adding Jeff the Land Shark, my favorite character.
Thank you.
Now, Jeff the Land Shark and everyone else will be releasing December 6th on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, so you really don't have to wait long. We've got more Gamescom coverage coming up right here at IGN.
If you push too much, you might unleash the beast.
Hello and welcome to IGN here at Gamescom. Matt and I have just seen a hands-off demo of Dying Light The Beast, which was recently revealed at ONL last night. Now, we got about, 30 minutes of game time?
Yeah.
Didn't see a whole lot, but I guess the first thing that they mentioned was it was originally a DLC pack for Dying Light 2.
Yeah, so much so that actually if you own the Dying Light 2 Ultimate Edition, this game is going to be free for you. So it was going to be a DLC, and then they had like a massive leak, which meant that all the narrative kind of got spoilt for a lot of people. So they were like, what we're going to do is we're going to completely change what this is. We're going to go back to the start, and we're going to make a whole new DLC that then turned into a standalone game. And that's what The Beast is. And it kind of, if you're a Dying Light fan, it goes right back to the start of the story in some respects.
Yeah, so it's a return of the original protagonist, but he's been held captive by the Baron for the last 10 years, but he's escaped. But he is now the Beast. That means he's got superpowers, which we'll touch on a little bit later. But for the first part of the demo, it was very much like Dying Light, business as usual, parkouring across the city as the sun was slowly setting in the evening.
Yeah, so you're definitely not the character that you were in Dying Light 2, and that means there are slight differences. So Dying Light 2, it's parkour, very much made use of kind of like a paraglider. They didn't show anything like this. I think you will be completely, I'd say boots on the ground, but the boots quite often aren't on the ground in parkour. But also when kind of like it came to night, there was no suggestion that you're infected and you can only stay out at night for a certain amount of time. There was no immunity meter. So I think at night, it's kind of like, just do as much as you want. Just make sure you don't get spotted, because as is the typical thing for Dying Light, when the lights go out, everything gets much harder.
Yeah, so we got a glimpse of one of the sort of superpowers that you have, and it's almost like, I guess, X-ray. So if you sit still, crouch down, you can see where the enemies are moving around, and that means, like, when you've got some of the really bad freaks that you want to avoid, it makes it a lot easier. But then one of the things that you very quickly did, you find solace in the safe houses that are dotted around the map. Obviously, it's an open world game, so you got to go and find those. And there were some simple puzzles to kind of get that up and running. You had to find the power fuse to make sure there was energy, which powered the UV rays, because the UV rays keeps the infected away. So that was pretty basic stuff that we've seen in Dying Light before. And then the next day, when it was morning, we woke up, and I thought it looked quite different. It's a very rural area compared to what we've seen in previous Dying Lights.
Yeah, kind of like Dying Light 2 was very much set in, you started in Old Town and you moved into New Town, and that, whilst it was set in Europe, had kind of very elements of old European towns into more modern architecture. There were skyscrapers, whereas it's sort of set in a rural village. There's a lot more kind of trees. There's a railway track that runs into that village. So it does feel more kind of like on the outskirts of civilization, which will obviously impact what parkour elements that we can use. Hopefully not too much. I'm hoping there's still plenty of rooftops to run around. Certainly seemed like it. But yeah, it had a different vibe to that environment than what Dying Light 2 is.
And then so shortly after, basically the goal of this very early mission was to go and find the Baron, who is hiding out in a factory on the outskirts of town. You get there, and there are a lot of guards. And up until this point, the game has very much been play stealth. And you take it easy because you're massively outnumbered. But it very quickly turns because you take one of the guys out, you grab his assault rifle, and then it basically became a shooter.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual direction. So Dying Light 2 fans will know that earlier this year they did the firearms update, which brought a variety of actual kind of gun weapons into the game. If you know about those, you'll be quite familiar with the guns that are in this version of Dying Light. But yeah, I'd say about half of the demo that we watched, it wasn't the melee kind of focused zombie killing game that we're used to with Dying Light. This was a shooter. They promised that it's not turned into a full-bore shooter, but what they were showing was a full-bore shooter, and not a bad-looking one by any means.
There was a whole section where you're clearing out the inside of this factory against half a dozen guards, where you've got a shotgun, you've got an assault rifle, you've got grenades, and that's very different. The crunchy melee combat is still there. Yeah. It feels very much still like Dying Light, but once you've got a gun, there's no limit on ammo really, or there didn't seem to be.
Yeah, they ran out of ammo by the end of the demo, but within all of the scenarios they were showing us, ammo didn't seem to be a problem in the way that I would have assumed it would be for a Dying Light, but also all of the enemies had guns, so we're shifting from a game where you've got zombies that don't shoot you because they're brain dead, and there were kind of you going up against kind of rebel groups and sort of scavengers, and they might have had kind of some intelligence to use guns, but you're going up against the Baron's actual armed forces, which means that all of the encounter design is suddenly very, very different. And as I say, seemed to be not a bad shooter. I don't know what those guns feel like because we've not played it, but I would hope that those encounters felt as solid as the melee did.
And it definitely feels like, it was all building up to the final encounter, which is against the new strain of the Freaks called the Behemoth. It's this huge guy with, mega muscles. You can throw cars, you can throw rocks. He does a ground pound that shoots across the floor. And at that point, you've got a few guns, a few, clips of ammo, but that's, I guess, when the beast finally comes into play. And so, we sat through a 30-minute demo, and in the final 5 minutes, we finally got to see an idea of what the beast actually is.
And I guess it's almost that there's a slight Bruce Banner of it, I suppose. The Behemoth was very Hulk-like. It was doing Hulk smashes, and the guns were reasonably effective, but once they'd run out of ammunition, melee attacks weren't doing anything. So you can unleash the beast. Now, in Dying Light 2, your character was infected and did have beast-like powers, but they only triggered at certain story moments. It seems to me that you can trigger the beast at any time you want this time, I guess provided you built up a meter or something, but they were very familiar attacks in that you could ground pound, and that will create a shockwave. You could strike out with your hands. They even showed him picking up a concrete block and hurling it at the Behemoth. And that obviously seemed to be much more effective than any assault rifle ever was going to be against this guy.
And I guess the crowning moment was when he finally tore the head off of the beast, and that was the end of the demo. I came away thinking, it's more Dying Light.
Yep.
It looks good, but ultimately, it's all about how good that gunplay feels, because it looks like that's such a big focus this time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much they've said that it's not going to turn into a gun game. What they showed us suggests that guns are much, much more key and integral to the game than they were before. And if all of that works, if the encounter design is good, then this could be an interesting spin on Dying Light. I hope it is.
So that's everything that we know about Dying Light the Beast. For everything else Gamescom, keep it locked right here at IGN.
Get ready for the next ambitious video game, Dimensionals, a fast-paced RPG that delivers roguelike replayability with action-packed tactics. Collect heroes, level them up, and build a party of 3 to fight bosses throughout different dimensions. Equip your heroes with a diverse set of skills and watch as they come together to create a barrage of attacks and combos. Told in the style of voice-acted comic book cutscenes, experience the rush as you fight your way through dimensions to save the multiverse. Want a better idea of the game? Check out this trailer and dive into the world of Dimensionals, launching on all platforms in 2025 with early access this November on Steam.
When the Rift is in trouble, the only ones you can rely on are... Dimensionals is the hottest new roguelike RPG. Put together incredible teams of unique heroes. Like Short, he's a bit of a dummy, but he loves blasting specters. Or the mysterious Shade Strike, the smooth-tongued gambler from the Shadow Dimension. Assemble your favorite heroes, strategize to make insane combos. But watch out, because Ragnarok's world-crushing bosses are no joke. Take on the Rift in style with the epic cartoon soundtrack by Brad Green. Experience wicked comic cutscenes in Dimensional's campaign mode, or blast your way through the open rift and face incredible and unpredictable challenges. Encounter a huge cast of characters like the Rogue Rifters, here to help you take down the bad guys. Or are they? Side effects of Dimensionals will include fun, addiction to victory, temporary loss of reality, and spontaneous combustion due to awesome. Some assembly required batteries not included.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Next year, Avowed is turning players loose in a whole new corner of the Pillars of Eternity universe.
Here to tease what's waiting for us in the Living Lands is game director Carrie Patel from Obsidian. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing that jumps out to me about this game is we've gotten a lot of open world fantasy games, and a lot of them for a long time were very sort of sepia toned, you know, a lot of browns and ochres, but this has major splashes of color everywhere. I love it. What sort of inspired this art direction? Because it feels like high fantasy.
Yeah, so big props to our project's art director, Matt Hansen. Color, vibrancy is super important to him, and it also really brings to life the fantasy of the Living Lands. And the lore of the Living Lands throughout Pillars is it's this kind of larger-than-life frontier island where you've got all these different biomes and monsters and kind of never-before-seen sights, and a place like that just has to be colorful.
Yeah, it's got that sort of 70s album cover flavor to it, which I love.
Yeah, I just want to point out also the dual-wielding wands is really selling it for me.
Yes. Wait till you try dual pistols.
Oh, yeah, it's so fast. I love it. So you were talking about the breathing world, and for me, I love exploration, but I also love storylines. So I wanted to ask, how many different endings are there in Avowed?
Ooh. Okay, that is very hard to say. I can tell you that our ending slides number in the double digits, and you can end up with a lot of different combinations of them. I mean, this is an Obsidian game, so your ending is really the sum total of your choices across the game, across a lot of pieces of content, depending on what you encountered and what you did when you found it.
So no pressure.
No pressure.
Yeah. So, I mean, this feels like something that is specifically designed to be experienced in multitudes of ways and replayed over and over. Is that something you're looking for hardcore players doing is just like playing this game repeatedly over and over in completely different variants and deviations and stuff like that.
Absolutely, and we've built our gameplay around giving you a lot of options for how you approach combat, how you build out your character. You can choose one of your classic fighter, rogue, wizard, fantasy archetypes, or you can choose something where you mix and match styles, you mix and match weapons. There's a lot of freedom in how you progress, and you can really build whatever kind of character you want to play. And in terms of the storyline, there are really a lot of choices to be made too about kind of where your true loyalties lie, kind of who your allegiance is with in the end game, and so we're really excited to see players explore those possibilities and just build their own story.
So I'm definitely very new to the Pillars of Eternity universe. Will this be very beginner friendly to kind of maybe spark their interest to research more about that universe?
Absolutely. So we're expecting that a lot of players are going to come to Avowed as their first game set in the world of Aora. So for players who are returning Pillars fans, there's certainly some callbacks, references, and cameos that they'll recognize. But for players who have never set foot in the world of Aora before, they're going to have a great time too. And we've built our game to draw them into this world. And one thing you might notice in some of the dialogue is we have these lore tooltips. So if you see a highlighted term that's unfamiliar, you can press X when it pops up and get a brief explanation of what that is without interrupting the flow of the conversation.
Oh, it's like my little ebooks where I get to see the description.
Just watching this play out here, it seems like there's a ton of different combat options and enemies. What are some of your personal favorites, Carrie?
Oh, goodness. Well, I love to hate healers because they undo all of your hard work. But some of my favorites are really the brute archetypes. They're these big, heavy hitters, which you can kind of see with the Godless Executioner that you're seeing in this run. What I love about them is they have these really big, heavy-hitting attacks, but they're also super easy to read. So it's really fun to maneuver and dodge around them, and every time they smack you, you're like, I wasn't paying attention, was I?
So you brought up rogue as a type that you can be. Can you steal from people's pockets?
There are a few dialogue options that let you do that. This isn't a game where we have a really thorough crime system, because my goodness, if you tick off everybody in the living lands, who do you have left? But yeah, you can make use of some of those skills.
Wait, okay. Can you actually kill a lot of the NPCs in this game? Like, I don't know if the quest NPCs are, impervious, but...
It's a totally fair question. In this game, we decided not to go with the kill everybody approach. It creates a lot of chaos and a lot of fun, but we felt we could create the game we wanted without that.
You'll have to get your aggression out, Elsa.
I know, I'm sorry. That was a very me question.
There are plenty of other things to kill, though.
Can I kill all the harmless people in the game? No, calm down.
All right.
So there are a lot of fantasy RPGs out now. There's been a sort of a renaissance. What's something that you all knew you had to do to make Avowed sort of stick out and be its own thing?
So I think one thing we really wanted to do with this game is integrate the companions very closely into the experience and the story. So the companions have a whole lot of content to discover. A lot of it really is driven by the player. You can choose to stop and talk to them at party camp, or you can say, you know what, we're on my adventure and we're just going to go forward, and that's fine too. But they will all play an integral role in your story. They have skills and perspectives that'll help you understand the world and also help you get where you need to go and survive along the way.
It's awesome.
Yeah, so final question I want to ask, because you said there are so many endings. Is there one canon ending?
In my opinion, there's never a canon ending. It's your experience.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I will go out there and, I'll be a peacemaker this time.
Whatever ending you get, Stella, you can pretend that's the one that everyone thinks is the official canon for the end of the game.
The one time being the main character is okay. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for taking time to speak with us. I am very excited to see Avowed later. And you can check out Avowed for yourself when it hits PC and Xbox Series X and S on February 18th. But right now, there's more Gamescom Studio on the way, so stick around.
If only there was some sort of sign as to where we are this morning. Jane, do you enjoy Xbox?
I bloody do enjoy Xbox. And here we are on the Xbox booth. There's signage, there's PC games, there's mobile games, there's console games, there's your next favourite game, apparently in that direction.
I've heard there's loads of statues, loads of photo ops in here. Probably going to make a fool of myself.
Let's do it. Okay, so we've split off from Simon. We're going to check out the Xbox booth. What we've got playable demos over here, photo ops on the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road, all kinds of booths happening that way. Over here, though, we've got World of Warcraft looking extremely cool. There's demos of the War Within up there, but down here, we've got people being blasted in the face by fans. They're wearing VR headsets. That looks cool. Let's go check it out. You're joining me at the World of Warcraft War Within booth here at the back of the Xbox booth at Gamescom. And we've got the War Within, but we've also got these incredible 4D immersive rigs. The fourth dimension is air blasters. Let's go and take a look.
We have to get out of here! Evasive maneuvers! For Dalaran!
That was World of Warcraft Escape from Dalaran, a little taster in 4 dimensions of World of Warcraft The War Within. And if my hair is a mess, if my makeup is a mess, if I look like I might have motion sickness, no, only kidding, I don't have motion sickness, then it's because of Escape from Dalaran. It was genuinely very, very, very good, like almost theme park good. I wish you could join me here at Gamescom and try this out.
If you're going to take anything away from today, maybe you'd like to know that in German, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is Indiana Jones and the Großer Kreis. But the thing I've got my eye on here is a hat and a whip. Long-time Indiana Jones fan. Going to live out my fantasy. Do I want to say I have a fantasy with a whip? I don't know. This is a different type. As you can see, Harrison Ford probably a little bit smaller than me, especially when it comes to head size. But do you know what? I'm ready to take on the role.
You join me now at the Avowed Theatre, but we're not going into the theatre. Look how regal. Instead, we're going over here to the Avowed photo op. Join me now, if I may. I'm getting the nod, we are allowed. We're going to the Avowed photo op that we scoped out earlier because there are, my friend, swords. And, well, my build is kind of like a dual-wield microphone sword build. Now, I'm looking at them and they do appear to be affixed. So actually, on closer inspection, I'm not going to be waving any of these swords around. So what the heck, Avowed? Well, here's the photo op. Let's tap to begin. And then agree to the privacy policy. Oh, and it's like we're there. And I'm casting, there you go, dual wield, microphone magic build.
See what else we can find around here. I don't know. Oh, there's Jane. God, she is so much better at this than me. Can you tell she's a professional? Because I'm definitely not.
Pow. I am controlling this. There you go. Game of the show. Game of the show. Magic. Caster. Microphone build.
Now, Microsoft said this was one of the biggest, if not the biggest booth they've ever had at Gamescom. And I think it's just like this bloody massive Doom guy in here. I've not really got anything more to say about it than it's bloody massive.
Now, I loved Space Marine 1. It was my entry into the Warhammer 40k universe. And I'm here on the Space Marine 2 booth today, joined by none other than Demetrian Titus. How you doing, Demetrian? Hang on, 1 second. I think he's doing well. I think he's ready to meet his fans here on the Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 booth. We've been all around the Xbox booth. We're bathed in the glorious green light of Xbox branding. And for our troubles, we have won tokens, precious tokens. That means it's time for the claw machine. Let's go. Now, I hear you're very good at claw machines.
I mean, I shouldn't have said this, should I?
You literally said before we started filming that you're good at claw machines. So let's
need
see
all
it.
4 to have one go.
With our powers combined, we're going to win a prize.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Hello.
We have got 4.
We come with tokens. There we go.
Go.
Combined.
Do we play until we win, or do we just get one go? Just one go. That's a lot of pressure, isn't it?
Oh, the pressure. Do you want me to take this? You're going to need both hands.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I can do this.
All right.
I can do this. What do we go for?
You can have a ping pong ball. No, it's like a stress ball or a pop socket.
I'm going for like the turquoisey one. I like the look of that. Maybe
this
the one
is
in the middle on
strategic.
its own.
All right.
It's kind of sitting up nicely.
Okay. Oh.
I'm not feeling good about that. I'm not feeling good about that at all.
Oh, no. Oh,
Is that
it's
it?
all come to nothing here on the Xbox stand.
Well, do you know what?
What do
you
I
get
know?
much better value on Game Pass. Well, no prizes for us, but isn't the real prize the fun we had at the Xbox booth at Gamescom?
The real prize was the friendship we forged along the way.
If you say so. I mean, yeah,
All right,
okay.
fine.
What was the best thing you did today?
I had a lovely time over on the Escape from Dalaran 4-dimensional experience. It was immersive, things blew up, and I got wind blown in my face. What more could you ask for?
I don't know. That's all I want in
Literally
life.
nothing else. What about you? What was
I
your
think my
favourite?
favourite thing was getting to cosplay as Indiana Jones. I looked like an absolute fool. The hat was about 4 times too small for my head. But you know what?
Yeah.
I reckon, God forbid, when Harrison Ford passes from this immortal coil, maybe I'm next.
You're ready. Voiced by Troy Baker.
I would love to be voiced by Troy Baker. It's better than this voice. And speaking of which, I think people are probably sick of hearing about it by now. But do you know what, Jane? It's a big booth.
It's a big booth, big green booth.
You're watching Gamescom 2024, and we've been getting so many looks at so many cool games. But now we get to talk about the best one of all. I'm here with Ed Beach, the creative director at Firaxis Games, to discuss my personal game of the show, Civ 7.
Well, that's awesome that it's your personal game. So
Yeah,
what more could I want?
I was telling you off screen that I just got into Civ 6, and now I have to relearn Civ 7, but I think that's fine.
We're trying to make it so the barrier of entry is a little bit lower than before. Civ 6 could get a little dense in places. If you jumped in at the end with all the expansions and all the content there, that's actually not the easiest place to start. So I think Civ 7 might be just the move you want to make.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So you're leading me into my next question, which, so you've been consistently updating Civ 6, and there's a lot of mod support. So why is now the best time for a Civ 7?
Well, we've been thinking about Civ 7 for quite a while. We started work on the game before the pandemic, so it's been in development quite a while. The design team had ideas that worked really well in Civ 6, but had some side effects in terms of like the game takes a really long time to play. By the time you get late in the game, there's an awful lot of cities and units and so forth to manage. And we wanted to think about that and come up with a different approach so that we could make the game more manageable, more approachable, and actually just get players all the way to the finish line more often than had been happening in previous Civ games.
Yeah, I can't tell you the amount of times I've stayed up till 3 a.m. playing just one more round,
Right.
It's got me. So Gathering Storm and its global warming mechanics were such a dynamic change for the core gameplay. Is that something that's going to be implemented in Civ 7?
So we're not talking a lot yet
Okay.
about what comes after sort of the exploration age, after the Renaissance. The first age we're diving all the way into right now, and we have demos and so forth of that. We're not going to forget about climate change, though. It was very personally impactful when we got to work on that with Gathering Storm. I was the lead designer of that expansion. I looked up a lot of things about climate change, researched it, we're not a simulator type of game, but tried to get some of the things right in terms of how sea level rise works and storms move across the globe and so forth. So we brought a lot of that forward with us, and what you can see in the game right now that we're demoing with the Antiquity Age is there still are floods, there's still volcanic eruptions, we still have the storms that sweep across the map. So a lot of that Gathering Storm mechanics, ideas, whatever, that we still have those.
Okay. Yeah, that's really exciting. So is that part of the crises that is being implemented into this new system?
So those are sort of adjacent, but similar. We have several different crises. The one that we're demoing right now is an invasion crisis. Sort of imagine you're the Roman Empire and you've gotten too big and everyone wants a little piece of your action, and so those barbarians are at your gate and knocking on down the door. So that's the one that we're demoing in the build we have here right now, but we're working on other types of crises, things like unrest in your population or plagues, and some of those systems for crises use the same random event system that we use for the natural disasters.
Oh, okay. I have been very lucky and I haven't had that, so I'm going to keep crossing my fingers.
You'll hit one soon in Civ 6, I'm sure.
Oh, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for
Sorry to break the news, but it's going to happen.
I'll prepare myself.
Yeah.
So why did you switch from the era system to the age system?
So it is part of the trying to get people to have a game that is more manageable. 4X games have the problem in general that you start with just your first unit, you get one city down, you think, wow, this game's great, it's very manageable. When I get tens and dozens of cities and so many units to manage, everything bogs down. And we wanted to break our game up into chapters, very much like maybe a long book series or TV series that you might be enjoying, breaks itself up into seasons or books. So we could have like big traumatic moments like these crises that you were talking about, but then also give players a chance to breathe a little bit and reset things and simplify things, and that allows you to pace the player through a long experience in a more satisfying way than just saying, oh no, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and you just got to keep up. So it's a nice new way to tackle that problem, and we're really excited about how it's playing out.
Okay, as a new Civ player, I'm very happy to hear that. But for returning players, do you think it's still challenging enough that they'll find this new system interesting and?
Well, the experience is still just as long overall. Okay. So we actually do sort of a deeper, more immersive dive into the history of each historical age than before. And some of the gameplay mechanics, we can make deeper changes to them so that they unfold differently, maybe in our antiquity age than in our exploration age. Like our trade system's different in all three ages. So I think there's plenty for people to get, dive deep in. We've recently demoed the game to a whole bunch of our community veterans. They're really excited about the possibilities and theory crafting and everything. So there's going to be plenty for everyone.
What was the best piece of feedback you got back from the community?
I think one thing we had to be really careful about is now that we've broken the game up into ages, we make you really think about who you are, which leader and civilizations are representing you in the game, and you get a chance to make a unique sort of historical pathway, like maybe you start as Rome, and where did Rome evolve? Maybe it evolved into another European civ, and that would get you to a Germany or a Britain or a France by the end of your game. And players liked that like historical storytelling and immersion, and we did allow some wackier combinations, and some of our fans love that because they love the theory crafting. I want to mix this with that, and I'm going to be super overpowered in science. But we also had to think about what those players who wanted the more historical pathway through our game, and so we've got the game set up so that that's the default way that both the human and the AI proceed through the game, and then you sort of have to, it's up to the player to opt into that wackier play style.
Okay, so you're speaking about being able to change the leaders with each age.
Yeah.
What is the wackiest combination that you've seen so far?
Well, we're not talking about all the leaders and civs that we have now, but you can do things like you can have Augustus Caesar lead India, you can have Hatshepsut of Egypt lead Rome. So some of the things do strike you as a little bit wacky, but there are really good reasons and compelling reasons to try those things out, because that leader and the civ that don't normally go together might have bonuses in the same part of the game, and you just want to explore, wow, what if I get really powerful in culture or in my military strategies? And so those combinations are really compelling. Our quality assurance department, who's playing the game all the time, is like, oh, you got to try this one with that one because that's amazing. So it's great to hear that kind of stuff.
Okay, great. I'm definitely more military forward.
Oh, okay.
So I think I will try one of those combinations. That sounds very compelling to me.
Great.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me about this. I am very excited to start a lot of wars in Civ 7 that I can't finish.
All right. Well, hopefully it just draws you in and you just stick with it because you want to see how it all ends and get all the way through.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the only one that has been caught by that just one more turn. So thank you. Well, that's about the time that we have for today. I am really excited for this game. I'm probably going to go run off and play the demo real quick. But Civ 7 is currently slated to be released in 2025. But between now and then, stay tuned right here for more Gamescom 2024 coverage.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
Oh hey, welcome back. This is Gamescom Studio live on IGN. We just got brand new looks at Avowed and Civilization 7. And guess what? There's still so much more to come.
Okay, but first, did you know Gamescom itself has been turned into a game? Gamescom Epics is an RPG built right into the Gamescom website that lets you earn cool rewards and discover what the show has to offer. You'll solve puzzles, complete quests, and collect digital trading cards along the way. Head over to gamescom.global and look for the Epics tab or scan the QR code on screen to begin the adventure.
Gamescom.global is also where you will find out more about the Gamescom Goes Green initiative. This year's show is running on 100% renewable energy, and exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably, reusing portions of their booths, and avoiding single-use material.
Coming up next, we're checking out an extremely cool World of Warcraft 4D VR experience. And after that, we're talking to the team behind Fragpunk, a 5v5 shooter where the rules change every match.
And be sure to join us tomorrow for another jam-packed day of Gamescom Studio, starting with a closer look at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
But right now, here's a look at a whole new way to experience World of Warcraft that you only find at Gamescom.
Oh my God. Incredible.
World of Warcraft: The War Within is the newest expansion in Blizzard Entertainment's MMORPG franchise and is the opening chapter of the three-part World Soul saga. On August 26th, players will journey through never-before-seen subterranean worlds filled with hidden wonders and lurking perils, down to the dark depths of the Nerubian Empire, where the malicious Harbinger of the Void is gathering arachnid forces to bring Azeroth to its knees. To commemorate the release of World of Warcraft: The War Within and usher in the 20th anniversary of the game, Blizzard assembled several teams to commission something truly special, a 4D VR experience that transports players into Azeroth and kicks off the World Soul saga era with a bang. And what better way to break down Escape from Dalaran than by taking a peek behind the curtain to get an inside look with some of the people who made it all possible. Presented by World of Warcraft: The War Within.
It's a really interesting time for World of Warcraft. The 20th anniversary is coming up. We have the World Soul Saga. Chris Metzen's back. This is a big deal for us. Already it was kind of the question of how do we do something more where someone can experience World of Warcraft, something that they've always dreamed of, but they've never gotten to actually do it in real life.
Let's move!
Lots of people have seen VR, lots of people have, a lot of this technology has been around for a while, but what hasn't been done is a focus on a single person's experience and being able to control certain key sensory modalities to drive the deepest illusion.
We've flown right into the heart of the Nerubian Empire.
Normally you're in a virtual environment with a headset, but when the world picks up and moves in concert to what your virtual experience is, this is a completely new dimension.
It's assault on all of your senses. We have the chair movement synchronized with the VR image, where you get to fly on a mount, a mythical flying horse invincible from WoW, through City of Dalaran, while it's actually being destroyed.
We have a number of layers that all come together to allow us to do this experience. We have a marine fan that allows you to feel the wind. We also have air cannons. Those are basically air amplifiers that shoot puffs of air at you. And then obviously the platform itself, which has 6 axes of motion that allow us to have complete control over the way the person moves. So sick.
We used an incredibly high bandwidth 40 gigabit connection directly into the headset, ported right out of a very powerful GPU.
Not only we recreated every single model from the game and made it ultra detailed, it all had to run in 4K in 120 FPS.
We knew going in, the kind of aha moment is the tower coming down at the top of Dalaran, and then the chairs moving and you're diving down in this free fall going into the underground sewers. Like, that is just awesome. Being able to go to Aj-Kahet, one of the new zones in the War Within, and really look around and see it from a whole new perspective that you're never going to be able to do in the game is really incredible, and I think that's the thing that I'm the most excited about.
Hopefully for people that are new to the game or people that are enthusiasts, they really feel like they got a chance to live and experience 3 minutes of what it's like to be in the World of Warcraft.
Having the level of collaboration across Apex, Blizzard teams, that level of human collaboration, all focus on the sole intent of bringing the game to life in an immersive way. I've never been a part of anything like that, and I just want to applaud all the team members in this because it takes an army to put together an experience like this.
Azeroth itself will be mine.
The fact that we managed to connect it all as one experience seamlessly just amazes me.
I hope that people realize that things like these, they don't happen overnight. It's a lot of passion from a lot of people. Everyone's super passionate and committed to really delivering some amazing and magical experiences, and I really do hope that the fans get on this thing and they're just, minds are blown, right? That's the dream.
We are now literally stopping this interview and heading to Germany.
We're ready to go off to Cologne, Germany, and unleash this on Gamescom, so let's go.
Be sure to check out this one-of-a-kind, groundbreaking experience, which will be at Gamescom from August 22nd to the 25th. If you can't check out Escape from Dalaran, but still want to be part of the experience, then make sure to check out World of Warcraft: The War Within when it releases on August 26th for PC and Mac.
Fragpunk is a 5v5 hero shooter where the rules change based on the luck of the draw. And here to tell us what's in the cards is Xin Chang, creative director and producer on the game, and Junwei Shi, who'll be interpreting. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Hello, Gamescom. Hello,
yes.
Hello, IGN.
So I have never seen people use cards. Well, actually, we have seen a few FPSs use cards as a system, but this is the one where it really relies on that. So can you explain the shard card mechanic and why you decided to go that route with your game?
就是我们之前有见过很多，有见过一些就是有把卡牌跟 FPS 结合在一起的游戏，但是我们从来没有见过这么一款巨大的制作以及那么精良的设计。你能谈论一下关于你的在设计这个碎片卡这个 shard card system 的时候的一些灵感，还有它是如何设计出来的吗？我们的卡牌系统，它的核心点在于它要去修改
整个游戏的一个规则，就是它不仅仅是去改变数值，或是去改变一些，或者是增加一些 buff， 它是要去改变整个游戏的规则。然后我为什么能想到这一点，是因为其实我本身是一个射击游戏爱好者，但同时我也是一个卡牌游戏的爱好者。我一直在想如何把这两类游戏做一个结合。然后，在玩射击游戏的时候，我试图去让每一回合变得并不一样。然后后来我找到了卡牌这个载体，就是让每一回合通过卡牌去改变这个规则。
Okay, so the shot card system is very unique because it will change a lot of whole components in the games, and not just damages or just numbers, but the whole rules. And we believe that this is the very unique part of the Fragpunk. And as for the inspiration of Fragpunk of the card systems, actually I am a very avid FPS players and card game players, so it was almost an instinct for me to combine these two together. And by doing this, I believe that I can add the randomness and varieties from the card games into the FPS gunfights.
Yeah, okay, so you play a lot of FPSs. I feel like in this, I see a lot of CSGO, Valorant, and maybe even a little bit of Apex with the abilities that the characters have. What would you say were your favorite games that inspired you to make Fragpunk?
就是在我们的游戏里面有看到像 CSGO 或者瓦罗兰特这种对抗性英雄射击的影子，然后同样也可以看到就是有一些英雄的技能可能是跟 Apex 会比较接近。那其实我们在设计 Fragpunk 的时候，灵感来源主要是什么游戏，或者说有没有参考什么游戏？
很难说会有一个非常喜欢的游戏。实际上这些游戏我们都很喜欢，我们开发团队都是这些游戏的狂热的粉丝，我们他们玩的非常的多。但是很难说是特别喜欢其中一个游戏。但我们只是想去做一个比较独特的玩法的游戏，其实就是想做好我们自己，因为我们这个卡牌系统改变了竞技游戏的战斗体验，想给竞技游戏里加入一些随机性，这个点我认为是其他游戏没有去尝试的。然后我们在做这样一个尝试，然后对，我们想 focus 在这一点上啊。
Actually, I cannot name certain games that as an example for our games because all of our teams are avid FPS players and we love to play all kinds of FPS games and especially for those competitive games. And in designing the Fragpunk, what we're trying to do is to provide a very unique approach of our own to the competitive FPS genres. And by adding the card systems to it, we can add the randomness and the varieties to make the game more replayable. And I believe that this was never done before. And we would like to give the players a try on our games.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's been done to this degree before. So you speak about competitiveness. We do see that some cards give a very clear advantage. How will this be balanced?
就是确实这个是我们从来没有提到过的，但是同样的有一些卡片可能会带来非常强大的优势，这种平衡性上面的问题我们是要怎么解决的？
这是一个挺好的问题，这是一个非常好的问题。对，确实有些牌是比较强，有些牌比较弱，所以我们给了每张牌一个费用，一个就是你需要去投入一定的点数才能激活这张牌。强的牌它费用要求的高，然后低的牌费用要求的低，所以你需要去。这是一种策略选择，就是大家的钱是差不多的，两边的钱是差不多的，所以你需要去选择，你是一口气投入到一张牌激活同一个牌，然后比如投入5点激活同一个牌，还是说投入2点激活2张稍微弱一点的牌。其实这是一种就是我感觉它会达到一种平衡性，因为你的资源是一样的，只是最终选择的牌不一样。
Okay, I'm really glad you asked this question. It was really interesting. And in dealing with this, it is natural that the cards will have its advantages and disadvantages. But what we're doing is to give a cost to each card. So different cards will have different costs according to their powerfulness. So that means the more cost a card will cost, the tokens, the more powerful it will be, and the less powerful cards may cost less tokens, and so this is kind of economic decisions for your teams to make. So whether you would like to place all your bets and invest all your tokens in a single game, or you want to save some tokens for the next game.
对，虽然两边的牌是不一样的，但是他们的经济是差不多的，这样保证他们对资源是差不多的，然后他们只是要去想如何管理这个资源。
Yeah, and both teams will have similar resources to invest in the cards. So all they have to do is to decide which card to use.
Okay, so is it kind of like the Valorant and CS:GO economics, where you select your weapon, but now you select cards?
就是它跟瓦罗兰特或者 CS:GO 里面的那个枪械经济系统是比较接近的嘛，只是我们这次把枪换成了卡牌。
It's
不是啊。
Like it's not with real money, but it's with, let's say you get more kills in a game, you get more tokens to spend.
对，就是它是跟游戏里面的一个经济系统结合在一起的，对吗？
对，它确实是跟你游戏里的行为去做一个绑定。比如说你游戏里玩得更好的话，可能你的钱数会多一些。然后游戏里，但如果你可能出现连败的情况，你的钱也会更多一些。然后这个钱会反映到你最终下一轮比赛拥有的总钱数上。
And yes, the tokens is strongly connected to the in-game behavior inside one game. So, for example, if you get a consecutive wins, you will get bonus tokens. And instead, if you lose for several rounds, you will also get compensation tokens.
Thank you. That's very nice. So I personally really love competitive games like this, especially ones with high movement. And I think you did say somewhere that this was going to be very fast. The rounds are 2.7 seconds. I know a lot of people don't like high time to kill. Can you explain why you decided to go the faster route?
就是我们的游戏的 TTK 实际上是非常快的，然后可以解释一下为什么？就是虽然大家很多人可能不太喜欢那么短的 TTK， 但是有没有能不能讲一下，就是你的设计思路是什么？
对，其实我们主要原因吧，如果说一个最重要的原因就是短 TTK 它玩起来很爽。因为我们其实在研发的时候，我们尝试了比较长的 TTK 是比现在会更长，或者长1倍、长2倍以上。但我们会发现，在长 TTK 下，整个击杀的反馈会变得比较差，就是你并不会感觉特别爽。当你完成一个击杀的时候，就是虽然确实这个挫败感比较强，但是你获得击杀的正向反馈也是非常强。它是一个，对它都会变得很强。
So why we choose such a very short TTK is because we believe that the short TTK will actually give you more excitement, especially during the intense gunfight. And when we are developing these mechanics, actually we have tried the long TTKs, but however, although it will give you more time to deal with your enemies, but we don't think that is a good idea because it will not grant you the similar amount of excitement as the short TTK.
同时还有一个原因，是因为我们其实比较希望玩家的个人能力可以比较大的影响战局。就是如果你一个人比较强的话，你可以带动全队，你可以 carry 全队。如果 TTK 越长的话，其实这个比重会占得越小，就是你越不太可能去带领团队变赢带领团队取得胜利。
Yeah, and we also would like to provide a space for the very good, excellent players to show their leadership and to carry the whole team. But this was only available in the short TTK environment.
All right, well, I guess you're going to find out if you can actually be the one to clutch it. You can wishlist Fragpunk on Steam or Xbox Series right now. And stay tuned because there's more Gamescom Studio coming up. But right now, let's go ahead and check out these trailers.
Hey, my name is Justin Miersch, lead game and level designer for Project Z Beyond Order. Project Z is a thrilling first-person zombie shooter with robust character progression and weapon customization. Set around World War II, you will take on fast-paced missions as one of 4 survivors, each with their own unique abilities and roles in co-op, so every player can choose the character that best suits their playstyle. In Project Z, you are trying to escape the secret island Breitengrad 77, controlled by Colonel Walter, the villain in our alternative world. You start together in the Hideout, a central hub in the game where you can accept missions, buy, sell and customize weapons, as well as upgrade your character. But that's not all. You also have the option to design your hideout according to your preferences along with your friends, provided that you have found enough resources and blueprints during missions or in free roam mode. We have also put a special emphasis on adding weapons and attachments that existed as prototypes or concepts whenever possible. This gives our alternate universe a fresh twist and offers you the opportunity to constantly discover something new. Plus, it gives you a range of weapons to kill zombies with. Project Z will launch on Steam, Xbox and PlayStation, so wishlist the game today and follow our social channels for all the latest Project Z news.
This is Wild Bastards, the next roguelike strategy FPS from the team here at Blue Manchu. Each of our 13 outlaws feature unique weapons and abilities that can all be improved through the use of permanent mods we call aces. Aces can be found as you explore planets, so collect them, return to your ship and level up your outlaws. You goddamn son of a... There are 3 types of aces. Charged aces that apply a specific bonus when your outlaw is rested or charged. Core aces that unlock specific traits for your character. The majority of aces you discover let you choose one of 3 special traits to level up your outlaw. So you might be able to leap onto roofs with Roswell.
Now, where were we?
Let's take a look at Preach. So starting at level 2, we have 1 ace. Faith. This takes our armor to 0 but increases health by 80. This is Preach at level 2. Her Gatling gun's got a slow spin up time and there's a bit of spread on her fire, so you really have to concentrate on enemies to be effective. But let's see what happens when we level her up. First choice I'm going to make is Healer. So Preach is going to recover 100 health and she's also going to give her partner 100 health after a showdown. Next, Brimstone looks great with its burning damage. Sharding, so that now she gets explosive damage as well on each of her bullets. Powered Gatling to reduce that spin up time we looked at earlier. And lastly, just to focus on the damage, I'm going to go with Shooter Plus to give me 40 extra ammo. Let's take her for a spin. The combination of explosive rounds, burning, faster spin up, more ammo, means that I can easily handle any of these enemies. Now that we've looked at aces, which are how you permanently level up your outlaw, they will also work in combination with mods which you collect and use per sector. In this case, I've given Preach some homing bullets and a jetpack.
My soul is armored in righteousness. These boys is just dressing up.
Damn if I can't look away. I'm getting my boots on.
Well, that just about wraps us up for day 1 of Gamescom here on IGN. If you missed any of our gameplay deep dives, trailers, interviews, all that good stuff, go check out IGN.com and IGN's YouTube page and get up to speed on all the biggest stuff going on here at Gamescom.
But before we go, would you like to discover the contents of Gamescom and receive cool rewards at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, well then check out Gamescom Epics. Prove your nerd know-how, solve tricky puzzles, gather the digital trading cards, and jump from level to level until the final boss spawns. Solve all the quests and grab all the fantastic rewards, search for Gamescom Epics or scan the QR code on the screen and the adventure can begin.
I can't wait. And if you need something to look forward to, we've got another full day of awesome video game coverage tomorrow where we'll be sitting down with the folks behind Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, plus checking in on the massive new sequel, Kingdom Come Deliverance. After that, we'll be shooting across the galaxy to check in on Star Wars Outlaws, and then we're heading into the heart of Chornobyl with Stalker 2. All that and so much more right here on Gamescom Studio.
But for now, thank you all so much for watching IGN's live coverage of Gamescom 2024. We can't wait to see you back here tomorrow.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?